Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Talked to the CEO. I'm like, man, can I get something to eat? And he was like, oh, I can bring you a sea meat sandwich. And he grabbed his crotch and closed the door.
He's trying to bring you a peanut sandwich?
Yeah.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Damn it, did I just hit? Oh, thank God. I thought I hit Lummy the air button, but I turned it off real fast. Macho, I think I hit air 1, but I turned it off. I'm sure you caught it. I'm completely not prepared with Brian's Rip from Yellowstone impersonation.
Oh, don't insult Rip.
Impersonation.
Yeah.
First of all, how dare you? I went out there and I lived the life this past week, my friend. Unlike you cosplaying at the track, playing around with your heavy equipment. I was out there with the heavy equipment I was carrying around was looking at my kinfolk in the eye and knowing that I needed to provide for them that day.
You know what? The cowboy makes you look fat. I'm just saying. Like usually
Wow.
but it really puffs out your cheeks and it really just makes you look like you look unrecognizable. But I mean, like I'm here ready to do a show. We got an Operation Pigmentation Super Duper K9 high spot. It's Lummy's birthday, which 2 people have ruined now.
It can only be ruined once, Bubba.
Merch Crick completely ruined it. I got full hot with Craig and Rio. Full hot with Merch Crick, and
now you got Babyface.
And now I got Babyface going in saying that I go in and I've for 13 years now that I've worked heavy equipment that I'm a cosplayer on heavy equipment.
Well, he tied up Steer. Is that what it's called?
I don't know that I don't know what he. I guess
hilarious.
so. I guess you go to a dude ranch for the weekend, and now officially you're a cowboy.
Yeah, you learn to live the life, my friend.
All right. Did you shoot any animals?
I shot some trap.
Okay. So you shot some clay pigeons.
Yep.
Yep. but you didn't have. So when you say I had to provide for my family, that would mean you would go out and have shot a deer and then skinned it and then quartered it and then cooked it for your family to eat. That's a real cowboy.
I loaded them up in the golf cart. We drove to the steakhouse.
Yeah, exactly. That's the closest that you got with your dark match rip gear.
I'm reminded of the wordsmith Alan Jackson, and way down yonder on the Kissimmee River, I never knew how much that muddy water meant to me.
Swanee,
and,
I think it is.
That's the true song.
It's Chattahoochee, actually, Bubba.
Yeah, whatever.
But the river ranch is on the Kissimmee. Mm-hmm. It's an Indian word for young virgin girl.
Mm-hmm. Now, are you going to keep this look up the entire show, or is this just a 15, 20-minute splash?
I gotta say, your studio is not conducive to wearing a cowboy hat and headphones.
No, it's not. Most aren't.
You gotta get with Sony about getting cowboy hat friendly cans.
Well, that or maybe wearing earbuds or something like that. I think that's the real way.
I can show you how to do an up and under deal.
I don't think real cowboys ever go on the radio, to be honest with you.
That's right. We're usually too busy working the farm now.
Right. Tying up calves and scraping hooves and just being a cowboy.
Bubba, he said we did an early edition of the Blizzard yesterday, and Brian went to the rodeo, and he said that those guys were so bad that he's pretty sure that he could beat some of the professionals on the back of a bull, buck and bronco, if you may.
Word has gotten back to me through reliable sources.
Elkhart Rob.
Seth, that you said that you think you could ride those bulls longer than half the people that you watched.
Bubba, if you were there at the River Ranch, they were bailing. The second the gate opened, they were off the bull.
Just jumping off?
They were literally like, the longest ride, I kid you not, the longest ride was 2.8 seconds.
Now, a full ride's 8 seconds.
Yeah.
That's after you go past 8, then they ask you or they want you to try to jump off the thing. So at 8 seconds, a little buzzer goes, and then you're not getting scored past 8. Now you're just trying to jump off.
Yeah, so these were not PBR guys.
So nobody
out there.
nobody went to full 8.
Nobody went to full 3.
Oh, okay.
It was like watching Dan have sex. It was so fast.
No, well, not this guy. You're just really bringing the heat today.
He's got it.
Listen, maybe the bull was just that good.
they must have had the greatest bulls in the world.
But what inspired you to think that you could take on this great task?
Because I could jump off a bull when the gate opened the second, like they did.
With the best of them.
With the best of them. I could bail with the best of them. I said all those cowboys, their nicknames Hay because they were bailing.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
He's fresh off vacation. They're going to be fast and furious today, Bubba. Get ready.
Yeah. So anyway, Brian, I mean, is this is you coming from a dude ranch? Okay, what are the dude things that you do? You shot clay pigeons.
Airboat ride.
Okay, that's cowboy.
Yep.
They docked on a horse.
Did your family go on the airboat ride?
Just my daughter.
Okay.
My wife was not about that. She wanted to sleep in.
She probably scoffed at the fact that there's a pontoon boat with a fan in the back of it that goes over weeds.
There's just something about getting up at the crack of 8 a.m. that changes a man.
Right. So you and your daughter go airboat ride, clay pigeons. What else?
Rodeo.
Attended the rodeo. You didn't participate.
No.
Right. Rodeo.
Water park. I mean, that was kind of country.
That's not cowboy. A water park with chlorine and lifeguards and everything like that. That's not a real cowboy.
Obviously, I bought the hat.
Right.
That's cowboy.
Hey, by the way, Brian said they let the clowns talk at the rodeo now. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, they had one talking clown.
Was he like doing stand up?
He was doing his best. I mean,
the thing about those
the crowd.
Hold on, I will tell you this. The thing about the clowns are they get that's treacherous. Like if you would slip, they must wear cleats or something, Brian, because they have to get so close to that bull to distract him from the guy they're trying to gore. So I mean, they're pretty.
They all get gored.
Here's the deal. I think Brian will even say, as much as he's taking a shiz on the rodeo, that the clowns are pretty nimble. They're pretty nimble.
No, they're nimble. They're brave. I mean, the guys that
they got to be out there right next to the bull.
They're our bravest warriors.
I'll tell you who the warriors are. The Wranglers. The one they've got to go out there. So they did the buck.
Yeah. So once the buck and bronco gets done and the guy gets off safely, so the clowns have gotten off safely. How do they get the bull back into the chute?
So they've got wranglers. They've got 2 cowboys that are riding around on horses, and they're going around either getting the bull to go back into the chute area, or with some of these horses, they got to actually grab them.
Really grab the bull?
No, grab. So the bulls they don't grab. They just wrangle them, and the bulls kind of know the deal.
Well, not only that, but the horses know how to work the bull, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like the horses are trained to kind of they work together to kind of herd the bull in the right direction. So you just couldn't take some flea bag horse that doesn't know what he's doing and, you couldn't get him to do it's part. Half of it goes on the properly trained horses.
Well, it's the cowboy riding the horse too, but by
the way, hold on. Scout and Big Gulp, standard 25 for the baby face.
Love you, girls. Stay safe out there. So the bulls were pretty good about just running right back into the pen there into
They just don't want people on their back because I think the rope that irritates them, it goes around their balls.
Yeah.
That's what they're kicking. Is they're trying to kick that rope.
Isn't that a tough life being a bull in the rodeo?
It can't be fun.
How would you like to be on all fours, Seth, and your balls all roped up, and then a guy sits on your back? You try to kick him off too.
Every Saturday, man.
Every Saturday,
yeah.
Down at the gay club, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Freddie's alibi, Georgie's alibi,
Freddie's hidden closet.
Oh wow, you know the secret ones.
It's right behind Janice Landing, Detroit Liquors. It's right in that back alley back there.
There's just something special waking up in the morning, taking a deep breath of air, listening to Taylor Swift, the #1 country artist of all time, and being out in God's country.
Did you till the land or anything?
I'm sure I made some ruts with my golf carts.
Did you get horse in plow? Back in the day, can you imagine how rugged the settlers were when they had to plow up the ground? They had this handheld plow with a V gimmick on the end of it, Lummy. Then they had these 2 big, pickup points that they strapped onto the bull. This bull had this big harness around it, and they whipped it, and then they had to keep that plow in the ground. Why that bull? I mean, think about how rugged those people were.
Yeah, that's tough to do.
I mean, I would think they probably could only maybe plow when after it had rained or something like that, because you couldn't get in on some hard dirt like that.
Yeah, that's.
Anyway, listen. Welcome, dude, Brian the Dude Ranch. Feel free to.
They call me the River Ranch Rambler.
Is that what you are?
That was my nickname.
The River Ranch Rambler.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said next time he goes, he wants to wear some Obama gear.
Now let me ask you a question: is that the first time that you had shot a shotgun?
Yeah.
And so, for a person that's never and don't act all Billy Badass, because every one of us, I don't think Seth has ever shot a shotgun.
Hell, I haven't.
Like a 12 gauge? A 12 gauge?
I don't know what the gauges were, but I've shot one.
Okay.
I didn't check the gauges, but I imagine they were full.
What is this guy? Is this guy making fun of me all of a sudden because he's got a cowboy hat?
I don't know. But, I mean, you have to, if you lie about this, then you're just being a liar. And that is, man, you don't realize how much those things kick until after the first time you're like, oh my God, that's pretty violent.
Yeah, first one got me a little bit. Yeah. I was a little shocked because I'd only shot a rifle and a handgun before.
Right.
But a rifle doesn't have that level of kickback.
And there's a reason why on shotguns that back part of the butt is padded.
This one had no padding.
Oh, you went straight wood.
Well, whatever they had, stock, baby.
Oh yeah. And so the first one kind of takes you back. You're like, oh my God, this is kind of violent.
My wife was not putting hers in the right spot. She has such a massive bruise. So is my buddy that went. They got on the fleshy part of the upper part of their bicep.
Right.
I had mine perfectly in the pocket of my shoulder.
Right in the middle, like almost armpit-ish.
Right here. On this muscle that goes right by the armpit.
Yep. And it's got to be, you can't leave any gap.
Nope. You got to be tight.
You got to have it tight.
Yep.
And so, I mean, I could see where it could almost blow your wife's arm off.
Yeah, she had a nice little bruise.
She won't go shotgun shooting ever again. I promise you that.
She was over it after about the halfway point.
All right, so I got a lot of things to talk about. We'll probably talk about Brian's ongoing. I think we got it all handled. You shot pigeon clays. You shot your shotgun for the first time, realized how violent those things are. You took an airboat ride. Now, on your airboat ride, how long did it last? Half hour?
40 minutes.
40 minutes. And did they get it winged up pretty good? Did you get 60, 70?
No. We had kids on the board. So the guy was really
just kind of putting around.
It was boring.
Right.
I will never do that again.
Right.
At least with kids.
But meanwhile, man, if it just been you and him, he could have got that thing up to 75, and you could have been winging.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
I'm sure that was Brian's dream, was just him and the airboat guy,
right?
Going 75.
Me and Rusty just tearing it up on the open water
with his cowboy hat on.
I'll tell you what. Cowboy hats are breathable, and I get it now.
And they look douchey. And I mean,
What are you talking about, dude? I look so rugged right now.
You look stupid.
He wore that at the office all day yesterday, Bubba.
This is my persona now, Bubba.
Yeah, you look like something that Kenny Powers would whip out.
Kenny Powers was pretty badass.
Yeah, Kenny Powers is pretty bad. Danny McBride's pretty badass.
Yeah.
Did you watch The Mighty Gemstones?
Of course.
The Righteous Gemstones?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. who in your opinion was the break? Me and Seth automatically we have
100%. It's BJ.
No.
BJ's the most amazing character in that show.
No, the most amazing character in that show is Judy.
Judy's good, but BJ's the best, man.
I don't know.
He breaks his back pole dancing.
No, he's only on season 2, Brian.
Yeah,
What?
I just got into it.
He just started watching it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He can't. He's not on season 4.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh man,
I'm still with Uncle Baby Billy, Bob. Now he's pretty cool too, Uncle Baby Billy.
I mean, every character in that show is just a gem.
Right. How about the other dude? How about the brothers? We don't. The
youngest brother.
Yeah. The youngest brother and his little. He's not gay. I don't know if he's gay.
Oh, you'll find out. Keith.
Yeah.
Keith.
He's a good character, right?
Yeah. He's rugged, right? He's a man's man.
Spoiler alert: he's gay.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
He can be gay all he wants. He comes from a very violent background.
I'm glad you paid attention.
Yeah. So anyway, I got an Operation Pigmentation thing that is just I got to talk about, and that's going to take up quite a bit of time. But I don't want to do it now this early. I want to do it a little bit later, 7 o'clock.
Yeah, let's keep things loose. You know what I'm saying?
Let's percolate.
Yeah.
I had a cake and everything to surprise. Today is Lummy's birthday.
Happy birthday, Lummy!
Are you doing your own Jamaican horn?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks.
Brian
I just say HBD.
Brian
Lummy.
just keeps bringing
Thank
more
you.
and more to the table. If it's not a full-blown costume change, then it's the Jamaican horn, my friend.
Yep.
Brian's on it. So anyway, I was going to do kind of a surprise gimmick, and so I told I don't even know that I had a conversation with the merch crick, so it's really not her fault. But she comes walking in 10 minutes before the show with Lummy's cake, and I was like, I wanted you to put. I didn't have this conversation, so it's my fault. I thought she knew to put it in the refrigerator, and I was gonna go one break, and then the next break bring it out to you with us singing Happy Birthday. Well, she blew that one. She comes walking in here at 10 till, goes, "Where do you want Lummy's birthday cake?" I'm like, God.
Well, then Lummy had to start coordinating it, and then
Lummy had to basically coordinate where to put his cake.
I don't know that ruins somebody's birthday.
Well, I mean, Lummy did not know he was getting a cake.
No, I did not.
He did not know that.
Well, now he does.
Well, I know, but I wanted it to be a little bit more of a surprise.
And then you got Merch Crick crying in the corner out there packing shoe orders, man.
Yeah, she was tearing up pretty
she
upset.
was not.
You're
You
like,
guys,
great job.
Listen, guys, can I tell everybody that's in this building, can I tell you right now, today's not the day to F with me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Today's not the day to, just when you think that you're going to get that little jab in, that little counter programming, maybe take a step back and realize that, after listening to Operation Pigmentation, I'm not in the mood to be told how stupid I am and how I mistreat people and how I'm worthless and people don't need me and just I'm not in the mood for any of that at all. But we will get into that, probably in an hour or so.
So, cheers and bits and tips for Lummy's birthday would be greatly appreciated.
Cheers, bits, and tips. There you go. What was it, Lummy? 2 weeks ago, I had Randy Couture.
Yes.
On the air, and Randy is getting ready to Well, not now. He's not, but he's been practicing various forms of NHRA cars, drag cars. He's getting ready to get into a pro mod, which is probably what this is. This is probably a pro mod. So this might be one of the first times that he actually, he's up until this point, he's been in lower level cars.
Looks like the original Batmobile with some sort of modification on the hood there.
And so he's been in 8-second cars, but a pro mod's a 6-second car. So, he's I think a pro mod is, I don't know, you might be able to look up the world record for NHRA pro mod, but I think they're like 6 seconds at 210, I think, is what they are. And so you just don't get in, if you don't have any experience, you just don't get into that car when you're training. You're not going to get into a 6-second, 210-mile-an-hour car the first time you're going to get into a 12-second, 100-mile-an-hour car, and then you're going to start building your way up from there. There's all different levels of cars. There's, 10-second cars, 9-second cars. I mean, they got cars that go everywhere from 12 seconds down to 3. That's the diversification of the different models and divisions of NHRA. Anywhere from motorcycles. By the way, the motorcycles, I think, are 6 seconds at 2:08.
Is that a green screen behind them? What is going on?
I think it's just a green spoiler.
Oh.
And
no, I'm talking about the behind the people.
Oh,
the wall.
No, I think that's beautifully manicured grass. I think.
Woo. If that's grass, that's beautiful.
That's the grass. I need to, hire that landscaper. Because see, Brian, see up here,
Yeah.
Do you have that information on me on you?
What's this? Todd Moyer shot her full-bodied world records with stunning 5.14. Is that the full-bodied?
Full-bodied pro mod.
Yeah, he said 5.14 at 273 miles an hour.
Okay, I think So I had Randy on the air. God, we went, like an hour and 21?
Yeah, you guys went, yeah.
And so being in racing, the number one thing that, as a racetrack owner, that has to have a safety crew, that has race cars on the track, each one of my wreckers has 4 fire extinguishers. And we also have fire extinguishers strategically placed around the track, too. So you could grab one. Like in turn 1, there's one, and then turn 2, there's one. So, we have fire extinguishers everywhere.
Dirt Merchant 10 on the Super Chat.
And so the one thing that scares everybody in racing, even racers, is fire. I mean, when you crash, that's, there's nothing you can do about it. It when you crash and hit the wall, it's a hit the wall event. And, you're just not, you're either hurt immediately, or the flipping and the carnage thereafter could potentially help or, hurt you. But if you think about it, man, since the invention of the Hans device, I don't know that NASCAR has had any fatalities. I think Dale Sr. might be their last fatality. They got Adam Petty. I think it was named Adam Petty. That was the Petty kid who died, I think, at Pocono. And then thereafter, I think he was death 2. And the last 2 deaths that NASCAR had, I think, is maybe you can look it up.
I'm looking at it.
Last NASCAR death, which was probably Dale Sr.
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's the last time, because they've invented such unbelievable technology. So most wall hits are survivable just based on the Hans device, because it keeps your head and neck all together. Like that's, Brian, you do car accidents and things like that. And when it comes to fatalities, not, a guy who broke his ribs or his shoulder or the air, a lot of times, Brian, won't the airbag itself cause, because it comes out so fast that a lot of people get a broken nose or
knocked out
knocked out from the airbag.
Yeah.
But I mean, it probably saved their life. I mean, I'll take a broken nose in order not to have
they get burns from it.
Yes.
Sometimes depending on how they're positioned. I've seen people. One girl essentially got a tattoo because the Toyota logo emblem from the steering wheel flew out so hard right into her arm and took out the skin, and she had like the Toyota logo permanently on her forearm.
But that was better than
going through the windshield, breaking your entire sternum and ribs on the steering wheel.
So they haven't, Han's device and all the safety, and if you can keep your neck and your head intact, meaning together, and it doesn't absorb all that kinetic energy that initial hit in the wall,
that whiplash, that force that would separate the vertebrae and the head and make it shift and potentially snap the spinal cord,
which is called a basal skull fracture. And I think you'll back me up on that, Brian. That's what if you look at Dale Senior's
right at the base of the skull there.
It's called a basal skull fracture. And that's when basically you hit so hard that your head, the vertebrae, and all the stuff that keeps your head attached to your spine snaps, and you're dead. You're completely dead. Brian, I think you're instantly dead. Like I think it's almost like
if it cuts your brain, the brain stem right there at the base there, then that controls your rest everything.
It's like almost getting hung. You know what I'm saying? Like it snaps your neck.
Yep.
Well, we haven't had any, and so the thing that everybody's so afraid of in racing, to the point where every sanctioning. Now, I don't know if this car had this. I'm wondering as to if this car had a fire suppression system on, because every race car that usually races on this large of a sanctioning body, meaning the NHRA, they have a racing suppression system that you hit a button and there's nozzles that are like, there's probably 10 nozzles in the hood area. There's probably 10 to 12 nozzles in the driver compartment area, and you hit that, and it may not take the fire completely out, but it gives you like another minute and a half or so to get out of the car. You know what I'm saying? Like, it suppresses the fire enough for the crew, the fire. And listen, all tracks have a fire safety crew that are equipped with fire extinguishers. Now, if you look at this right here, this is 1 second before Randy Couture, his car completely blows up. And what I think is I think a fuel line, I don't know if they've come up with the result as to why this fire happened, but to me it looks like a fuel line got disconnected right onto the header.
Wait, so this is Randy in the car?
Yeah, this is Randy Couture.
Okay.
And he's doing practice runs, because he's getting ready for the NHRA U.S. Nationals in Labor Day weekend in Indianapolis. That's what he's getting ready for. So he, Brian, he goes out 2-3 times a week and is practicing. And this was a practice run.
Let's see it.
Now, Brian, Lummy, I want you to look at all these guys right here that are considered the crew of the track. Okay? That guy's doing nothing. That guy's doing nothing. That guy's doing nothing. This chick's doing nothing. This dude's doing nothing. Now, these 2 dudes, these 3 dudes, maybe this black guy here, this 4th dude, anybody with headsets on probably are track officials. So these 2 really aren't, and these guys are just some looky-loos. And this guy's probably an official. As you can see, he's got a radio. This guy's got a radio. This guy's got a radio. This guy's got a radio. And these 2 dudes might have radios.
And that chick's running after him, trying to save him.
Yeah, what she's trying to do, Brian, is I think he just did his burnout.
Uh-huh.
And then you have a person that stands in front of the car and just
pushes it back and resets him.
No, has hand movements on how to turn the wheels to keep your car straight.
Gotcha.
So they'll just go, like this, and so because you can't turn your neck and look around, so you have to look forward. That's all you can do when you're in one of these, confinement seats, that has a Hans device. So you have to look forward, and then they tell you how to back up straight. So he just did his burnout, and I can see, just in my frame, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4. This one might be a big one. 5. I see 5 fire extinguishers is what I see. So here we go. So it completely blows up.
Fuel starts spilling out the side there.
Yeah. Now I want you to watch. Here's the bad thing about it is, so I watched this whole entire thing, and you can see Randy trying to open up the door, but obviously he's not done this enough that he starts panicking, and you have us with NHRA or any big, you got a 5 to 7 point harness system on that goes through your legs, around your waist, around your ribs, over your shoulders, and when you try to get out and you got a seat that's wrapped around you, and your head is stationary. When you hit the unlatch button and those things just don't pop off, they a lot of times get tangled up in each other, especially when you're trying to get out.
Now I have a question. Has Randy ever dated one of P. Diddy's exes?
Why?
Because this may have been a Diddy job here.
Oh, you think this is a Kid Cudi deal?
Kid Cudi deal all day.
So I watched this whole thing. Now, granted, he's got a 3-layer fire suit on with Nomex underwear, which is probably why he is alive today. But the lack of knowledge that these safety workers or these track workers have just absolutely befuddles me. And everybody knows, man, you are to grab a fire extinguisher or 2. Grab 2 if you can, because you can hand one to another guy that's on the scene, and you go and you start fire extinguishing the driver's compartment. That's where, listen, let the engine burn as hot as it wants. Keep the engine, the pass where the driver is. Try to get all the flames out of there you can so that he can get out of there. Don't worry about the fire that's on the left front tire or on the header. Worry about the fire that's in the driver's compartment so that he can get out. Lummy, I watched this thing and he never gets out.
No, I never see him. Yeah, he's stuck in there.
He never gets out. So watch.
There's a minute of the tape missing though, where everybody thinks he got out.
And so it blows up.
No one's moved. Yeah.
Now here's the deal.
That guy grabs one, so we got one guy grabbing a fire extinguisher.
But watch how slow he is.
Yeah.
I mean, he's trying, Bubba. I would love to see you run.
I'd run a hell of a lot faster than that. I promise you.
We're going to recreate this in Seth's Hemi.
Now, see, hold on.
He doesn't want that car anymore anyway.
As you can see, Randy opens the door. You can see the door open.
Yep.
And this is a very, very violent
there's
fire.
A ton of fuel, and it immediately lit.
Right, and you can see, I think that this might be even fuel gushing up. Like, this thing is a very big, dangerous fire. And you're not going to put it out with your fire extinguishers. All you can do now at this point is just lay every bit of resource you have, fire extinguisher wise, right into the driver's compartment to keep the flames off of Randy so that you can get him out. Now look, the first guy that's there, he's already you can see the fire extinguisher juice back here.
Yep.
He's juicing the back.
Yeah.
He's juicing the back.
No one's getting the where Randy is.
So the first guy there, he's juicing the back.
There's still no one by Randy.
Nobody's by Randy.
Except for this guy coming up, I think.
So hold on now. I'm going to go right. Hold on. I'm going to do the time. Boom. 30 seconds. 30 seconds to get to Randy, and the first guy was on there but at 12 seconds. So this guy is the only one that's really properly trained or know what he's doing, and he goes right into... Randy's in there. Now, hold on. Mind you, Randy Couture's still in there. I mean, he's still in a car.
But that's
now.
on Randy at that point, right? Like him being in the car still is his inexperience in getting himself out.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because the door flung open, he had the ability to get out.
Yeah,
and
absolutely. I'm not blaming anybody. This is Randy's fault, but the fire extinguisher guys didn't know what they were doing. The first one didn't. I just wonder how much relief and how much less Randy would have been burned. How much burn went on from second 10 to for those 10 seconds. No, for those 20 seconds from second 10 to second 30, the 20 seconds that the guy was in the back squirting, the trunk. If he would have been squirting where Randy would be, would Randy have suffered less burns? He's in the hospital now for first and second degree burns.
Oh, that's not bad at all. But if that's all he got out of this. But real quick question here, Bubba. Is there a policy that maybe you don't start spraying it in there so that the driver can get himself out? Because if you spray that fire extinguisher in there now, he can't see anything. He can't breathe.
Well, you're trained to go to the floorboard, which is away from his head, and try to get all the flames down by the floorboard and the gearbox and things like that. Now, very rarely are there flames up by the seat. So you're trained to try to get, Now, his inexperience, they obviously, and listen, if a kid, if a dad or something like that wants to start your kid in racing, whether it's NHRA or quarter midgets or whatever, you should spend 15 minutes every time they get in that car of learning how to get out of that car quickly. I mean, as much as you think that you shouldn't have to, that's wasting 15 minutes of our practice time. Nope. Because when something like, if your kid has done this, like Brian, if you had a kid and he was in a whatever race genre he's doing, from IndyCar to midgets to quarter midgets to whatever, and he has learned before each practice session, you did 15 minutes of emergency, exiting the vehicle because there's something wrong. And so by the first time it was time for him to race, he'd already done it 100 times. He would be pretty damn good at it.
Yeah.
So as people are learning how to race and as people are training for racing, you've got to, one of the things is learning how to, hit those latches, make sure they're not going to get all tangled up. So
this is Randy's dad's fault.
Well, this is whoever's training Randy's fault.
Yeah.
Whoever's training Randy, and it could have been a fluke deal where something got twisted that normally doesn't, and Randy was doing it fine.
I think, but you can't see it, but I heard that he was tapping the steering wheel thinking the fire would let go and go out. He was tapping out. That's what he's used to.
He's like, man, this car doesn't recognize taps.
It's like, gosh.
Where's the ref at on this one?
DQ on this car.
Where's is it Big John, one of the referees?
Yeah.
Where's Big John
McCarthy?
Where's Big John McCarthy here to I'm recognize this thing's not recognizing taps.
He's not.
He's got me in a rear naked choke, and he's getting right. I'm tapping.
McCarthy doesn't do the UFC anymore, though.
What happened?
They had a falling out. I don't know.
Did they really?
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
I was always upset when they got rid of Goldie. I always liked Mike was it Mike Goldberg?
Something like that, yeah.
He was like, now he's doing bare knuckle fighting. So, So listen, Randy never gets out. And I mean, you're still, but Lummy, I think that his fire suit, along with maybe the suppression, I don't know if this had a fire suppression system or not, in conjunction with, I know, the good Lord above, if there is one, he only has first and second degree burns, which, Brian, those aren't, it's when you get into the third degree that you start getting like really bad burn, like.
Yeah, that's deep, that's separation.
Like a first degree burn is like Seth making macaroni and cheese on the stove and gets it on his finger a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little redness.
Yeah. Sorry, Seth. I'm sure. I think you're probably a macaroni and cheeser, aren't you?
I have no idea how to make it.
You don't know how to make it?
No.
Are you handy in the kitchen at all?
No.
Not at all.
No.
If you had to make dinner one night, what are you making?
Yeah, Phoebe says, Sethy, you got to make dinner tonight. I'm going to get in a little bit late. I'd like to have dinner ready at 6:30. Can you have it ready for us? Me, Sammy, and you.
Probably chicken.
Okay, so you can do it.
Yeah.
Chicken on the grill? Chicken in the oven?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have a grill.
All right, so chicken in the oven. What's your side? Green beans?
Probably broccoli.
Okay, broccoli. You know how to do that?
Yeah.
Or you can at least read the instructions.
Of course.
Throws the bag in the microwave and hit 6 minutes.
Yeah.
The steam bag.
Yeah, the steam bag, right? And then the chicken, you just put in the oven. I literally think, Brian, you could Google how long do I oven chicken, right?
Yeah.
And so you
You
that.
can Google anything.
Yeah, true. I mean, or you can YouTube.
How to get out of a burning car at a drag race. That's probably what he was doing.
So, I mean, now hold on. He's still in the car. He's still in the car. Brian, I think every track should have a helicopter, and they just fly it up, and then like those big buckets that they use in California that are pretty effective with forest fires. They just go right over your car and dump that bucket, and that would completely just extinguish all this fire.
Also, probably knock out the driver.
Probably drown the driver, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're this guy right here. If you're this guy right here and you have watch him walk, and you have a from right here, this guy walks from here, and then why aren't you spraying that front end the entire time? Look, no spray, no spray, no spray.
I think it's maybe because I don't know. You don't want to spray potentially the fire towards the people that are also extinguishing it. I don't know anything about fire safety.
Neither do I. But
I'm a cowboy, not a fire marshal.
I will tell you this, Brian. There's no excuse for a driver to be in a burning car when you have 6 or 7 track personnel there to extract you, even during fire. There's no reason for it. By the way, he's still in the car.
Are we certain on that?
He's still in the car. He's still in the car.
Oh, yeah.
Watch.
They're trying to help him, but nobody can see anything.
Right. And they don't have
protective gear
These
on.
are just regular dudes. The guy, what they do is this guy who's got a fire protective top on, he should give his fire extinguisher to this dude who doesn't have anything on, and then he gets in there in the fire, and he's protected. At least all of this is fire protected. Your arms, all of that's fire protected. Hell, when we do the Winter Nationals, Brian, Tom Bean and I, we have a crew. They're called MedStar, and they're from South Dakota or North Dakota, and they drive down here. We put them up in hotels, and they are professional at. They even have they don't even have fire extinguishers. They got this super Mac Daddy foam that is made specifically for race car gas, because race car gas is 114 octane. You know what I'm saying? It's very volatile. But they have 2 4-wheelers in each corner along with that have fire extinguishers on it, and these are like Polaris 660s that can go 100 miles an hour. They can get to any incident when the MedStar guys are at my track. Any incident, whether it's just a flip, a wreck, a wall hit, a fire, no matter what the level of severity is, they are there within 5 seconds. In fact, I've seen them get there before the car's even done crashing. So they have fire extinguishers, and then the big truck comes and it's got the foam, but the initial guy is there in 5 seconds laying down the fire extinguisher. He's still not out of the car.
Yeah, they talked to these track officials and they said it wasn't their fault. It was the Biden administration. So
I heard that they blamed it on Doge. I heard they blamed it on Doge because of the cutbacks. I heard they blamed it on the cutbacks.
Yeah.
This is part of the big, beautiful bill. That's what I heard.
Yep.
Each NHRA facility gets 4 less firefighters. By the way, he's still in the car. I mean, it's absolutely a miracle that he's not dead. By the way, we're watching Randy Couture. He was getting ready to do a practice run on a top Sportsman nitrous car, which Lummy, I think, is one one notch below his pro mod. And it looks like he did what it looks like to me is he did a small little burnout, and he was getting ready to back up to the start finish line, and the car just completely exploded. And it's my opinion that a fuel line backed off and went right into the header. Oof. Or into the supercharger or anything, causing a massive explosion. And here we are at 2 minutes and 14, and he's literally still in the car. Now, at 20 seconds, he opened the door, right, Brian? I mean, he had the door open.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, and how would you feel if that's your husband or that's your wife or that's your kid or that's and you're like, my God, they're in there just literally let me get over there. I will take third-degree burns over my entire body to get out Tyler or anybody of any loved one. I mean, I would literally, I don't care. I'd burn my arms off grabbing my kid to get out of there while, just... Still not out. Still not out. I'm 3 minutes into this bitch, and we're not out.
Are we certain he's still in there?
Yeah, watch.
Was he ever in there?
It was autonomous.
He do a magic trick?
Maybe David Blaine was driving?
Yeah.
Maybe remote control or drone type deal. I'm trying to see, does he get out? Yeah, right here. I think they're getting him out.
And then the ambulance comes up.
Yeah, and then the ambulance comes up. By the way, ambulance, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. I don't know if they're back there finishing up their hoagies or what, but, usually the ambulance is at the end of the track, and the minute there's a problem, they're coming down track. Wide open. Lummy, an ambulance from where they stand, where the sand trap is in the very back, to the start line, they can get there, flooring it, they can get there in 15 seconds.
Oh, this took them 3 minutes.
They were finishing up their Jersey Mike's chicken salad crappy ass sub.
Can't believe this thing was $16 after I added every topping I could to it.
I'm looking at almost every article has you mentioned in it when they report this. They pulled quotes from you, the interview you did.
Tell me.
Fox News. Fox News, he just quoted, "It's a whole different animal." Cantor said during an appearance on the Bubba the Love Sponge show, which they have a link to our Facebook.
Let me maybe we should pull the quote that he's got and we play it. You know what I'm saying? Since they're playing.
Perfect.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Brian, ladies and gentlemen, is always on the lookout to help the program. If it's not dressing up like Rip and trying to be
I'm not dressing up, dude. This is what I'm about now, buddy.
Yeah,
Stop insulting me with the dressing. Today is not the day for it, okay? I've got Operation Pigmentation audio to play in a minute, and I don't need you screwing with me about living the cowboy life.
I sent you the quote because it's our reel from the interview.
Okay, we'll get to that next. Not to be confused with Brian's dude ranchness and the fact that he saw something on Facebook that he thought was funny and sent it to Seth. Seth then sent it to Lummy, and they sent it to me for me to play. But, this one's on Brian.
I didn't get a chance to watch it because Brian sent it after I had laid my head down on the pillow.
It's like 9:30.
Right.
Yeah.
So Lummy,
that's right.
I test Seth every Wednesday night to see what time he went to bed.
I normally would probably get, clowned if I pulled up something like this, but, everybody will give Brian a pass.
No, I'm going to be put over because they know today is not the day.
It's not.
It's not. This is serious.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
This to your friends, or you're going to get 7 years of bad luck.
A Bigfoot sighting. See my American flags? This is the best part of the shades, man. I'm patriotic as hell.
I do actually think that's kind of cool.
Yeah. It completes the look.
Dude, if you wear that, nobody will fuck with us at Offspring.
No, I'm wearing it to Offspring.
Even those Mohawk guys, you know? Those boycott money guys, the punk rock.
I'm going to carry around empty gun holsters on my
Well, I
sides.
resent you the 3 links for the Biden, and then above that's the Randy.
Do you want to rip a few blaster or rodeo packs? They've got the best of the PBA Chrome.
I sent you the 3 links for the Biden. I resent it to you.
The Pro Bowling Association.
Those are the 3 links for that.
Right.
I'm not a
Above
cowboy.
that, the Facebook reel is the Randy Couture quote.
This one?
Yeah. That's what everyone's using.
Good morning, everybody. I look like Richard Petty. I'll take that. Richard Petty was a stud. The king.
Drive, it's a whole different animal. And here's the thing about the stands, it looks really easy. Oh, I just go fast.
It does change the look. Man, I'm kind of incognito over here.
Yeah.
Dirt Merchant, another $5. Happy birthday.
The funny cars, they're smashing the gas and holding on. But you're running through at least 4th gear, I think, on a Pro Mod. Agreed, yeah.
I think the word you're looking for, boondocks, is I look great.
As much of that can be as possible. And I'm definitely getting the procedure down. Trans brake is a crazy thing, and your natural reaction when you got
The hat fits fine. I don't know what you're talking about. I can stretch it out and everything. The hat fits my head perfectly like a glove. You need one that fits. You don't want a loose cowboy hat. You know how hard it is to keep your hat on when you're riding a horse? It's loose. This thing ain't flying off my head. It's one size fits all anyways. Thank you, Paul. Well, you know what, Samson? Change the fucking channel, you little bitch. Come on here and cry. Thank you, Snizook. It's hard to read with these sunglasses on. I love you all, even the haters. Look, man, if the law thing doesn't work out, I'll schlep cars. Injured on horseback, call pound horse. Love you all. Yinzer, everybody. Good morning. That's what we do. Make Thursdays great again. Mitka.
I hope you saved the seat at your dinner table last night for all your Caminero cards.
Oh man, when he wins the home run derby, they're all going up.
Are you have you let your family know that they're about to be rich?
I told them all prepared to move to the Dude Ranch. We're buying River Ranch, bitches. We're buying the fucking ranch.
Did you play any horseshoes?
They had them there. I don't have time for that.
Really?
That's for the retired folk.
Let me two of these already. I got video on it. That's all I need.
Okay.
Because one of them locks me up and wants me to join.
Oh, fuck that.
And then the other thing is, Lemmy, we should probably find all the stories about Randy and attach this in various. You know what I'm saying?
Most of them have their links on it.
Oh, okay.
They put the link for a reel.
Okay.
That's what all the ones I've been seeing from CBS Sports to Fox News has
Okay.
our link.
Well, tell Gary just to peruse around a little bit.
Okay.
To see if anybody.
And then we'll put it in the comments.
Yeah.
Dan's Pringle can, $20 for Brian's butt plug. Thank you, Dan's Pringle can. You do caviar.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Thanks. It's the way we stay on the air. Or go to BubbaArmyMerch.com and buy one of these. I just ordered another couple hundred of them. The Bubba Army retractable knives with the windshield poker.
You're like PBS, Bubba.
I'll get you every which way. Whether you buy the coffee mug or whether you send me a donation, I'll get you.
Supported by viewers like you.
Listeners. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
How are you, Bubba?
Good. Pretty good.
Hey, so I used to work at your track as a firefighter medic, and I worked at Gator Nationals. I have not seen this video, but certain cars on the NHRA tracks, when they're running, they're supposed to have a fire truck already running and the ambulance already running, and everybody's supposed to be geared up because, like on the alcohol cars, you can't see that fire during the day, so everybody's already in their gear.
Yeah, so methanol is a whole other animal in itself, compared to nitrous. Nitrous shows a flame, but methanol, those top alcohol cars and sprint cars and other cars that run on methanol, you can't see those flames. And so that's where like the MedStar guys who have the foam, those are specifically made for like methanol.
Right, but even at your track, I worked for the two previous owners. Every vehicle on the track had foam extinguishers in them, and we had the ambulance running while the races are going.
Yep, same with that. Yep, appreciate your call, my friend. Thank you.
You have a good day.
You too. Thanks. Should ask him by what means. Let me. He listens to the show or watches the show.
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
So 2 questions. One, how do you feel about alligator Alcatraz?
I don't have any problem with it.
2, well, what do you feel about the Alcatraz?
I don't have a problem with alligator Alcatraz.
Well, like, do you have any insight? Maybe a couple extra snakes?
No, I have no insight other than what the average person knows, that they've converted what was going to be some type of airport outside of Miami to accommodate like the Concorde and other things 10 years ago. They've abandoned it, and they've now decided to turn it into a makeshift, immigration camp.
Well, technically it's Guatemala all over again.
Okay, well, technically it's not Guatemala because technically it's in the Everglades, so it's not
Guantanamo.
It's not even Guantanamo. Guantanamo's not surrounded by snakes and pythons. And gators.
Not, but they also get air conditioning and all that.
Yeah.
That's only my first part.
Right. What's your second part?
They do. My second part is, why is one of your team members trying to sue me for a song that I did from Medley Mandingo?
I'm not familiar with anybody suing anybody, and I'm not familiar with what song you potentially did, my friend.
It was Krakow Sister from Ned, and it was another song that he did.
Okay, and who's suing?
Well, technically, from my email, you are suing me.
You probably YouTube or Facebook or wherever you're trying to post this up.
Actually, it was on YouTube.
Okay.
I made no money off of it.
Listen to me. YouTube. Listen, are you going to shut up for a second and let me tell you what's going on here or not?
I'm not
talking. YouTube has a copyright algorithm and or bot that goes and polices for artists things that people have, lyrics, hooks, footage, various other things that people have used that originated somewhere else. And so I'm not suing you. My channel's not suing you. Manson's not suing you. YouTube has shut you down and given you a copyright strike because you have ripped off somebody else's, my art, my work, my content.
So nobody. I didn't rip it off. I give credit.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
But what he's saying is
also,
it's
I
not
make no
him.
money.
But sir,
I'm making no money off of it.
Call YouTube and complain to them. Bubba didn't do anything. It's automated. It's an algorithm.
We're coming for everything you got, buddy.
That's not me. It's not.
I'm just saying. I made no money.
It doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter if you made any money.
Listen, Napoleon.
You replicated a piece of art that is somebody else's, and you're not going to make any money on it. They're really good about that, and we get these strikes every day from the bump in music that we use that isn't royalty free, or when we play some WWE footage. We get we live in the same world you do, sir, but on a much larger scale. So, I'm not suing. I'm not suing.
You're not suing me.
No,
Get your own tots.
No, I'm not suing you. YouTube.
What's your most valuable asset, though? I mean, if we did want to sue you.
Actually, it was a couple songs from Ned Lee Mendingo, that they are actually concerned about. Krakow Sister was one of them. There was also another one I did. It was an AI cover, and I specifically told it was an AI cover, and they were saying, Bubba the Love Sponge is suing you for this content.
It doesn't say Bubba the Love Sponge is suing you. It's saying the creator that owns this piece is Bubba the Love Sponge. It's not saying I'm suing you.
We're going to have Ned call you later and sort this out.
Yeah.
Hello? Yes?
Actually, I would...
I'd like to say goodbye to you,
Oh,
my
God,
friend.
I'm going to sue you, sir.
I think that guy might be on the spectrum. Hello. Okay. I'm getting sued by you, Bubba, okay?
It says that you're suing me.
It says that you're suing me, okay?
For everything.
I ain't made a dollar about it, okay?
He was in chat this morning talking about how he was going to counter sue you.
Hey, Richard, it's your dad.
Go Chiefs.
Hello.
Morning, Bubba.
Yes.
How you doing?
Good. The intellect level of the listeners are at an all-time high right now.
Yeah, I heard that last caller.
Yeah.
That was something. I just wanted to say before you, I love the show, and I love how far you've come and changed, and you still got some old Bubba in you, but you've matured and come a long way. So I hope when you do the Operation Pigmentation, a high spot, you take into account that those guys, they were speaking from the heart, it sounded like. And
oh yeah, they were definitely speaking from the heart, my friend. Yes, they were.
I hear what you. Okay, but
I don't think I was nearly in my description of what my issue was. I don't think I was nearly as mean-spirited. Didn't play the race card, and was far more calm while sticking up for an employee than they were to me.
Kirk Morgan, $100.
Oh, Kirk Morgan.
Yeah,
he's got he's that's Candle's stepdad.
Yeah,
Jay's father-in-law.
Yeah.
But sir, I mean, I don't feel as if when I talked about what my problem was, I wasn't mean-spirited. I wasn't. I mean, they flat out said some very disturbing stuff that some of which I can't play here. And I'm not going to get into a pissing match. I'm not going to get into. I'm very disappointed that they showed me how much respect they have for me, which is none. They have zero respect for me. Zero.
Well, then I think the fairest thing would be to call them and then have a conversation like adults over the phone, and you guys can speak your piece.
I have better
at the same time instead of going back and forth.
We're not going to do anything over the phone. We'll do it face to face if we do anything at all. And I have to run all that by Seth first, including just dropping this whole thing and being done with it. They don't like me. I certainly like them, sir. How can you have heard the same podcast that I heard yesterday, Operation Pigmentation, and not take away that they absolutely hate me and have zero respect for me?
Did they insult you personally, or I didn't get to hear all of it? I only heard parts of it.
They were just same thing. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They brought out the race card. They say I abuse Seth and that I treat him worse than anybody else. It's just the things that they said were not cool. Not cool. They could have got they could have got across their point and done it with a way different angle than what they chose to do.
Well, since the beginning of their podcast, that's kind of been their thing. Like they've been bringing up Seth to Seth Money, and they've always had this different relationship with Seth, whereas they don't understand your dynamic with Seth. So they think you're insulting Seth, and they don't. It's just a misunderstanding.
Just like Rio said, I didn't know the story, which I didn't obviously know the story correctly. He doesn't know me and Seth's dynamic. So
fair enough, exactly.
So
I think there's a miscommunication. So I don't think anybody should jump to any.
All right, buddy. I'm done talking to listeners. Come on, guys. Just let me do my show. Okay. Everything from Alligator Alley to this guy breaking down. You know what? I would suggest.
Are you surprised that people are entrenched in this drama? I mean,
no, but I don't want to. I don't want to get into it right now and make it 30 minutes when I plan on making it a segment in itself. And I know and I agree with this guy, and we don't have to go round and round and round about it. It is what it is. I don't even think I have the ability to really replay what I'm maybe not even going to replay what they said, because I don't know that we have the ability to edit it in time with the N words and the F bombs and just the things that they were dropping that I can't talk about that I can't say here on my show.
Aren't they allowed to say it? The N word part.
I mean, they probably are. It probably isn't the best look for us.
Well, I mean, you're just playing audio that you're responding to, but it's kind of a news story. It's a pretty big deal.
I don't know. I have mixed feelings on the whole thing, and it just feels like it's another opportunity for everybody to gang up on me. And of course, it's my fault. Of course, it's my fault. It's always my fault. It's always my fault.
I don't think there's fault here.
No, but it's always my fault.
I don't think there's fault.
It's always my fault. Go to any forum, go to any phone caller.
I mean, what do you care?
But what I care is, you know what? I have busted my ass, and I don't make any money doing this while trying to put on a good show for the people and provide a platform for people that want to continue to create content to be able to do. This facility cost me $12,000 a month, and for me, I take a personal and professional risk every month that we're here on the air, and I don't think people appreciate me at all, including them. And they're at the very top of not appreciating me. And everybody takes it for granted. And it's always my fault. Nobody ever sticks up for me. And it gets tiring. None of you can even say that you know what I'm going through, because you can't. Because not everybody hates you. Not everybody's pulling against you. Not everybody is analyzing you. Not everybody is not guests that I have in my facilities that can come and go as they please and smoke weed and do whatever the hell they want. There's no rules or restrictions, and I have the utmost respect for. Can talk to me like I'm an effing dog. Talk to me like I'm an start using race, and talk to me like I'm a dog when all I was doing was sticking up for my coworker. That's it. And the only reason I even knew the story is because he told me the story. This wasn't a big Operation Pigmentation breakdown. Let's break down what's wrong with Operation Pigmentation. And no, it was a story that my coworker told me that I felt a certain way about. And that friendships are, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. We both do things for each other. I appreciate them. They certainly don't appreciate me. They made it very obvious that the podcast means nothing to them with regards to their business. They made it very obvious. And I never made it personal. I never was mean-spirited in my description of what I thought they should have done, and all I asked for was to recognize Seth and dap him up. Craig's like, man, then you got to do it to everybody, and I no, you don't have to do it to everybody. I treat John Kostika different than the guy who just called 2 calls ago and sounded like he was on the spectrum. You got to do what's best for your business. And I'll get in. I'll probably start getting into that next after I play what Brian thought was funny. And he sent to Seth at like 9:10. Past, like Seth would say, past the sunset zone.
9:21. Yeah, he doesn't respect sunset at all.
Dirt Merchant on the super chat and Neil Mount Plaisir $50 Bubba Army tips.
So I'm just like it's tiring to just always be the dick when I know I'm not. I know I have my moments, but I mean, if you were to ask every one of my guys, you know what hurt me the most? What hurt me the most is
being so close.
What hurt me the most, Brian, honest to God, is when they said I treat Seth like crap, and that I abuse. They used the word abuse. That I abuse Seth, and that I treat him like crap. That just cut me to the core. Because that's simply not true.
But if it's not true, why would it cut to the core?
Why would you say it then?
Well, they have their perspective, but if you know for a fact that that's not true, why would you give it any credence?
Well, because it's in my studios, being said on my network, being said on my podcast, being said in my world. That's why.
They're referring to when you used to call me F-boy. I mean, that's not.
And I never knew that was a problem.
No, I know, but I didn't co-sign on what they said at all. I just let them speak. I let them go and say what they wanted to say. So I could get you the clips to play of it. I wasn't looking to. There was 1 or 2 things that I.
By the way, I want you to take F-boy out of rotation, and Clem and Kush will just be opened up with the Shawn Michaels. Sexy boy.
Okay.
The way we used to do it. And I never knew that calling him an F boy when we're clearly kidding was a problem for you to bring up, throw in my face, and then in a very, very, very vague, all inclusive statement say that I treat him bad and I abuse him.
I don't agree with that at all.
Your list of things to do, you got a list of all your wishes. That's a wish list, dude. You got your Amazon and Santa Claus and Tooth Fairy too. But I know a list that don't exist, and buddy, so do you. It's the Epstein list, it's a mystery list. With a twist, it's a myth of a list that we all just missed. Be an optimist, not a pessimist. If you wish to persist, it's probably best to forget that list. Now what were we talking about? I don't remember, but I can sleep a lot better at night. Yeah, life can just go along. Knowing there's 10,000 hours of sunshine and flowers and nobody doing a damn thing wrong. Hear no, see no, damn Bongino, Cash Patel. Well, I wouldn't want to be a sweating man with bulging eyes. Now tell me them fellas ain't compromised. Any implicated dude will tell you. Anybody on the big list knows just how far the folks in charge will go to keep the status quo. So when the war bell rings, a song that...
Okay, I've heard enough.
No good.
Brian, really?
Well, listen, man, you
Brian.
go spend a week at a dude ranch, and all of a sudden that becomes interesting and entertaining to you.
Were you at a week? Were you sipping?
I mean, it was close enough to a week. I was there 4 days.
Brian, that is absolutely horrible, buddy. I mean, horrible.
Just trying to take the heat off of everybody here.
Here's the thing. I'm coming back. Do I play the Operation Pigmentation? I only need their first.
I think the sooner the better, because then we can kind of like move on from it and get past the awkwardness of what's going to happen.
Brian,
here.
I'm prepared to do a little more talking about it and then move on and not even play their stuff. And make people have to go to the podcast to listen to it, because it makes me really mad to what they said, because they have no respect for me, and so I have no respect for them. And, so you know what? I'm going to make the official announcement right now. We're not going to play it. I'm not going to play what they said because what they said was, quite frankly, disturbing. They played the race card. They said the N-word. Somebody said did they refer to slavery?
I don't know if that happened.
I didn't hear it all, but if they did, that is just ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. And you know what? As much as you don't need me, I don't need you. And all I was doing was sticking up for my guy. So I'm not going to call them on the phone, have a confrontation, and I'm not going to, you know what I'm also not going to do? I'm not going to cancel their podcast. There's a lot of people that like their podcast. Their podcast does well. They like doing their podcast. But let me just tell you this. And Seth, as much as they were in my ass yesterday with making sure that I knew that the podcast did nothing for their business, let me just reiterate that we got some unbelievable podcasting franchises, and our world continues to go on uninterrupted without Operation Pigmentation. So we should have a respect for each other that, one, you like doing it. Two, we like having it. And three, we should learn to get along. But we can live without, we can certainly live without it. You can live without it, and I can live without it. It doesn't affect my bottom line, and it doesn't affect your bottom line. But it seems as though you like it, the fans like it, and I don't mind hosting it on my network. But with that comes a little bit of respect. Just a little bit of respect. When all I had yesterday was an opinion about how you could have treated Seth better. And that turns into me being the bad guy. I'm wrong. I'm racist. We'll delve into it a little bit. I think there's some phone calls, 813-90-BUBBA, but I'm not going to play what they said. I'm not going to play it because it'll just make me mad and it'll just make this go on even further. But what it does show me is they have no respect for me. None. Zero. They could care less about me. And in fact, they make it very well known that the only reason why they're doing it is that this podcast is because of Seth. What they fail to realize is that Seth's great and Seth invented it and Seth is great at podcasting. But Seth dances on my stage and I never play that card. And I'm not going to play that card because if I was playing that card, I would say no more Operation Pigmentation if you're going to say those type of words about me. But I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. You guys can figure out it for yourself. We'll potentially go through some phone calls next. I'm sure everybody and their brother has a comment about what they potentially heard on Operation Pigmentation yesterday. And so I'll let you express your opinion. If it just ends up being a big Bubba hate fest, I'll just go into words and we'll change the topic. Because I'm not in the mood for it. I'm done being the fat, cuckolded, cross-eyed piece of shiz I'm done. I'm just done. I'm done. When all you haters, at the end of the day, man, you're like a P1 plus. Like you're taking screenshots of me eating and then analyzing that. Like what a bunch of effing losers. My God, that some stupid streaming YouTube, barely nationally syndicated radio show is going to cause you to listen to every minute where that you screenshot it and then have an opinion about how I potentially eat my cottage cheese. Like that's how much of a low effing life you have.
Trolls are going to troll, though, man. I mean, you can't stop them, so just don't even acknowledge them. That's the thing. When you feed trolls, that's the only way they stay
Brian,
alive.
I'm very familiar with them. This is the Operation Pigmentation is somewhat of a trolling event. So I'm that's the reason why I acknowledge that. I'm going to go to the phone lines. We'll feel out how it goes. You don't have to say one thing or other. Just give your strict opinion. I would prefer to only take phone calls from people that have heard the segment. You cannot judge me nor Craig and Rio if you've not heard the topic. Is that at least? Can I get everybody to agree on that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like Seth. Like you can't have an opinion about this unless you've heard the segment.
I think callers are all about uninformed opinions, but yes, this one you should have.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
His talent there.
Lummy, they're fucking us on Rumbles. Just to let you know that.
Thanks, I appreciate it, man.
No, Lummy. I told Lummy.
No, I like Brian showering me. I told Brian he was a top 3 radio personality in Tampa today.
I was just gonna say, thank God Dooming died, or else I'd be number 4.
Oh no.
What?
Well, I could move you down now that Cilio's back in town, but right now you're in the top.
Isn't
3.
he out of Orlando though now?
I don't know where he's out.
No, he's out of.
I met him in San Diego.
All right.
I believe that roughly translates to whale's vagina.
He was doing
easy, Dawn. Easy, Dawn. Take it easy.
All right, you too. Thank you, man.
Where's Dawn at? What'd she say?
Don't worry about it.
Oh. You know, things get real sometimes, people.
How's it going?
Oh man, the phone lines are lit.
Yeah.
Uninformed opinions. You like my belt buckle? It's just simple, not flashy. Simple like me.
Did you own that before, right? That's
yeah.
Not that big.
No, it's not that big.
Do you have a big one you could wear to Offspring?
I
kind of want to dress up.
Like cowboys?
Well, no, I was thinking about getting like some punk rock bracelets, and like wearing them like all the way up to my arm and stuff like that,
Maybe we should do like a Village People thing.
Okay, that I was really kind of thinking maybe like cut off sleeves.
You can get a Bubba Army neon yellow vest and be the construction worker.
Do we have neon yellow vests?
Get with the man. Okay. They're going to be in the mystery boxes.
All right, cool. Thanks, man.
What's up, Fred? Hope you're good, man.
Hey, how's it going? Thank you.
Happy birthday to Lummy, the world's all-time greatest man. The Lummies of all Lummies.
It'll get better.
The #1 Airbnb-er in Tampa Bay.
All right, bye.
The most disrespected slumlord on the planet. A Rays fan, a Mets fan, a fan of sport, a fan of USF baseball games, a fan
Happy
of
birthday, Lummy.
A fan of staying
Sorry,
active.
Merch Quick ruined it.
Oh, it's okay. I really appreciate it, Bubba. Thank you. Thank you for it, man.
Lummy, I got something coming for you when you check your Fest Fresh Seafood PayPal account, okay, buddy?
Thank you. Good morning, Bubba. That was a fun show.
Comic-Con, when is that? Is that in August?
Got it. We already let them know. We appreciate it.
What's up, Tina? Dirt Merchant, White Iced Tea.
Okay. Well, he gets up here about 9:59.
What up, Chris? I haven't looked into it, but I would not be opposed. I used to go and dress up as Walter White. I'd wear like that yellow
Heisenberg.
I'd wear the yellow stuff that he took meth in, and I met Arya Stark the first year I went.
Oh, to Comic-Con?
Yeah, my buddy Sean Daly was working for the ABC News, and he was interviewing her Saturday morning, and I came by, and she was like 15, and I was dressed like Heisenberg, and I probably freaked her out, but whatever. I just prepared her for what was to come with her fame.
People can start calling you F-boy.
What's up, Andy? Herder of goats. That's true, Lenny. If Lummy was on Game of Thrones, he would have so many titles, dude. They wouldn't. I mean,
The mover of boxes.
the mover of boxes, the tamer of goats, the watcher of rays.
River Ranch was fun. It's good for the family. I mean, the food choices are limited. It's in the middle of nowhere.
Did you ride a horse?
No, I saved a horse. I rode a cowboy.
Thanks, Jared.
Are you going to be drinking seltzers at Offspring?
You know it.
What about your buddies?
Everybody's going to be drinking. We're going to make you do some butt chugging.
Whose butt?
Your butt. How would you chug out of somebody else's butt?
I don't know.
That's disgusting.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
813-90 Bubba Lummy. The phone lines were blowed up and then they just all went away.
Yeah, a lot of them didn't have Operation Pigmentation.
What's that?
A lot of people didn't have weren't listening to the Operation Pigmentation. They had some other problems, and that guy that kept calling back about the stupid song on YouTube. He's trying to become a troll.
Right. So Operation Pigmentation went down yesterday, and just to give you a quick overview, what happened is towards the last part of my show, Seth had informed me that he went to get a haircut one day, and the place was full, and Seth believes that both of them saw Seth walk in, take a chair. About 15, 20 minutes into that, Seth then walked out because he realized that they were running. You know, they had a full shop and they were running a little behind, and so it was going to take a while for Seth to get his haircut. And I just got into a little bit of a monologue, knowing that we have a relationship, we have a working relationship. I thought maybe even kind of a partnership, if you will, with Craig and Rio, and that is Operation Pigmentation broadcast that Seth hosts and they star on. That's been around. It's I think the second longest or the longest running podcast we've had that people enjoy, and it's very popular. Gives you the perspective of two black guys living in the hood that have really done well for themselves. Who's Craig's father started this barbershop. It's been there for years, and they're on the grind, man. I mean, it's just I think it's literally like every stereotypical black barbershop that you see in the movie, where people are cutting it up and people are talking crap, and you got the TV on and you got the chairs down there and you got the barbers that are cracking on people and they're talking about current events, and I think it's the typical barbershop. Yeah, and it is. It has an ecosystem into its entire self. They got rules. They got different things that they do. One of which, if you don't want to wait, you can pay, and they take you right. They have skip the line parameters. They do, but obviously we've established that they don't have VIP parameters. I think that's where them and I differ. Because if I had a barbershop and I had a guy that was doing for me what Seth was doing for them, I would consider him a VIP, and I would expedite him to my chair.
But that's where I think your guys' opinion differ.
That's what I'm saying.
They don't feel like anybody's doing anything for them.
So they don't have that same mentality as I have, and that's caused this crap show, if you will. I think that I calmly got my point across yesterday. Now, Rio automatically opens up with, he doesn't cut Seth's hair, so he shouldn't be included. My answer to that is, Rio, I don't know the parameters of who cuts whose hair, and you're right, I probably am somewhat misinformed because Seth and I didn't really break it down that much. All I knew is he had to wait and he left. That's it. I don't know who cuts his hair, who has cut his hair. I guess, Craig is the one that cuts his hair. So you're trying to get out of my opinion by the fact that you don't cut his hair. You still work there. You still work within the rules that you guys, or the loosely knit, rules that you guys have. And so Rio automatically thinks I'm trying to make this personal by saying, he shouldn't even be involved. I'm talking about business to business here. My business, the Bubba Radio Network, and your business, Latin Sons, and how you do business and how I do business, and how I recognize VIPs, and you guys, I think after yesterday, you guys have established that you don't. You've also established that you love Seth, and you call him Seth Money, and that you think I'm disrespectful to Seth, and I treat him like crap. I treat him worse than anybody ever by calling him F-Boy. Now, I came up with this nickname in a funny type way. It was a parody of our opening song, Sexy Boy, that Shawn Michaels sings, and how we used to open up Clem and Kush. That got changed to F-Boy, and we just ran with it.
I think I was F-Boy my first time around.
So, but Seth has never had a conversation with me that said, and if he did, I would immediately change it, and I know he'd stick up for me if he came to me one day privately, like he's come to me privately before about stuff, all kinds of different stuff.
Clearly about leaving the barbershop.
And clearly about the way he feels he was handled at the barbershop. And he said to me, hey, listen, I don't like the F-Boy, man. Can we ixnay the F-Boy deal? And Seth, I think you can honestly say that I would absolutely say, yes, please, absolutely. I didn't even know that it upset you. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that, puss boy.
Sorry. I would say, can I call you F-Boy one? And telling you that I'm going to remove F-Boy, can I call you F-Boy? Then I'd be like, sorry about that, F-Boy.
This only solidifies the fact that you're an F-Boy.
We have an interesting dynamic. All of us do. And that we make fun of each other, but deep down we really care for each other, especially now that we've cut the cancer out of the BRN. Listen, this is the first crew, and that includes adding Brian, adding the Diacos, Gene Lasker, Tuttle, and all the contributors. This is the first time, and I'd like everybody to comment, but this is the first time that I don't think we have a cancer here. I don't think we have anybody that works here or volunteers here or appears on the show, or is part of this world that genuinely doesn't like somebody. We all like each other. When I had a certain engineer here back in the day who has sticky fingers, I had that guy in my ear telling me his opinion of everybody. And to my chagrin, would that be the right word, Brian? To my chagrin?
Chagrin?
Well, would it be chagrin or a grin?
I think either word. I could go with your first instinct always, Bubba.
To my chagrin, I listened sometimes and made changes and treated people a certain way or whatever based on his impression that he would bring upon me about another employee. And I think we can all, for the first time in a long time, agree. And I'd like everybody to give me your opinion on this, but I don't think we have a cancer at the Bubba Radio Network.
I'm the closest thing to one right now, and that would be it. But
do we have a snake in the grass?
Oh yeah, we got a couple of those.
Okay, all right.
Oh boy!
But you can survive a snake in the grass, as long as you know where they're at.
Because I'm the old snake in the grass.
Yeah, you're one of them.
Oh, it's fine. I still got my head's intact.
That's right. You ain't got cancer.
Mm-mm.
Snake in the grass don't kill you. Cancer kills you.
Well, snake and grass bites you.
Yeah, but you can. You know what?
When I was out on the ranch, you had to watch out for rattlesnakes.
Hold on. Seth is a non-venomous snake of the grass.
Was he a black snake?
No, he's non-venomous.
Oh, okay.
He's white snake moan.
He'll get that bite.
I'm red and yellow, run from the fellow. Or what's the saying?
But even Brian, if you take your radio shtick out of it,
yeah, there's no cancers here.
No, but we're also very close friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like you and Seth are super close.
Yeah,
you and I are close.
I'm the only one here that goes to Lummy's parties.
Lummy, you and I, you and I are close.
Yes, sir.
Macho, Macho. You're probably closer to me than you are with Bruce or several of the people you've worked for.
Absolutely, and this cake is delicious.
Macho already got his sugar in for the day.
No,
He's on a diabetic deal.
He has a protein cake that he brings with him. He's not eating that cake.
So like Lummy, for the first time, we all like each other.
Yeah.
Like there's nobody in my ear telling me, "Hey, did you hear what Seth did yesterday?"
Lummy, do you feel like we like you even though we haven't? Not all of us come to all your parties.
Of course.
Well, first of all, hold on.
F my parties.
Okay. Hold on. Can I say it? Lummy has too many parties.
Ashley does love to throw a party.
That's right.
And that's
the Kentucky Derby one was a bit much one, wasn't it, Bubba?
We're all.
How about the college football kickoff party that she's hosting?
And Ashley,
that's gonna be a good one.
You got to understand, Ashley. I know you love to throw parties, and we like to go to them, but you throw parties now.
Once a month. It's more frequent than Bubba 199s.
Yeah, exactly. We would make more money just doing Lummy parties and taking a collection at the door. But Lummy, you're on the heavy side of the partiness.
Of course.
And the only heat that anybody ever gets with you is because either you're invited or not invited to your party. Your parties cause heat, Lummy.
I know.
But my favorite thing to do is, Bubba, I go and I see who Ashley invited, and I go down the whole list, and then I go tell Lummy about the people that he didn't invite and the people that he did invite because he doesn't know. So then I start freaking Lummy out with the guest list. That's my favorite.
Which on Seth is very snake in the grass-ish.
Is it?
Which is on brand.
Well, I'm out of the grass. What I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm saying no, but you're on brand with what you are.
I was like, hey, buddy, just so you know, Rhett's coming to your Kentucky Derby party. I know that you haven't seen him in a while, but I just wanted he RSVP'd.
But Bubba Light's mad because he wasn't invited. So I saw that on that you could get into that whole deal.
Trick knees going though.
Yeah.
So I listen. I got such a great feeling, and this even goes with the Operation Pigmentation guys. But what hurt? And I got 3 phone callers. I hope they're about Operation Pigmentation. Is that I feel I was saying something to them in a constructive type way with regards to my employee, and it wasn't mean-spirited. There was no name-calling. I wasn't getting racial about it. There was no N-words or anything like that. And they really took it up a notch with regards to the non-respect factor. And they bona fidely showed me, and they hate me.
Legitimately
don't like me. Legitimately don't like me. So I would be stupid. Although I'm going to continue, I'm not going to disrupt their podcast.
There was a part where they said they loved you.
But there's never a part that they appreciate me and that,
How much did you hear? I listened to.
I heard till probably maybe 12 minutes where you said, okay, let's move on and let's talk about the baby oil gimmick. And you guys got into that.
Okay.
So it was like
I had a hard time getting out of that one.
Rio opened up with, you don't know the story. I don't cut Seth's hair. Know the story before you're going to start bad-mouthing us because you don't know the story. Keep me out of it. Very militant, very, I didn't have a mean-spirited bone in my monologue at all. I didn't. And then that got on to Craig, where Craig was like getting ready to leave. He wanted to leave. He was so mad.
Yeah,
he was like shaking mad.
And he was like, like mad. And to me, that just shows you that Craig can't take criticism. Craig doesn't have the ability to take criticism. And because my criticism of his particular business was not one of me being mean-spirited. I was just sticking up for one of your friends, one of my friends, one of my employees, and the person that hosts your podcast. That's all I was doing. And you could have said, hey, Bubs, you don't understand my business. the way I don't understand your business. So don't act like you do. We were busy that day. We don't do that. The only parameter we have to move to the front of the line is if you pay. Seth's known that from the day that I've cut his hair. It's always been that way. And so you don't know the business. You don't know the barber business, buddy. That's it. It could have been that. But I think they really took it much further than that.
I just got a text from Fabrizi, Rob Kahn, and Larry Plummer asking if you need them to roll up on them.
No.
Oh, okay. I'll call off the dogs.
And were they trying to make it physical?
No.
Hello. Hello, you're on the air.
Bubba, what's happening?
What? Yes.
LH.
LH. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's me. What's going on, fellas? Hey, I haven't heard the podcast or nothing, but I called yesterday because I heard when you was talking about it. The only difference between yesterday and today, your tone done changed. You know, you was sticking up. Me and Seth, I told you, first of all, I say they was going to clap back. I say, Bubba, I wouldn't feed into that. And even Seth said it. Bubba, it wasn't a big deal. Let it go. You know, but they probably was listening to the show, too. They said, man, you tripping. I told you, our people going to do that, man. It was just an argument, and that's over. Now you talking sad today. Like they hate you. Them boys don't hate you.
They said it.
You said
hold on. LH, they said they don't like me. They said it.
Okay, because they mad now, because what you were saying.
Okay, well,
what I'm thinking you should do.
You can't say somebody didn't say something when they said it, and you can't say somebody didn't say something when they said it, and then just give them a pass the next day. If you say it, you mean it.
Now, first, you said what you wanted to say yesterday. They had to sit back and listen to that. Now, when they clapped back, like I told you they were going to do, you had to sit back and listen. And you didn't hear what you wanted to hear. There ain't no apologizing. And they gonna say the N-word and all that. They ain't say the C-word. They ain't call you no cracker.
They can.
You keep saying what they were saying. You know what I'm saying?
If he was a cracker, he'd be a Ritz.
That's what I'm saying.
Buttery.
They gonna say everything. But
is that a good Craig?
I think you should play it, Bubba. That's all, because I didn't hear it. And, I don't care. I just knew you was going to talk about it. But all I was saying yesterday,
LH, you really can't. LH, you really can't have a comment about this situation unless you hear what they said, and you didn't hear what they said. So try to figure out how to listen to what they said, and maybe call back when you've heard it. Okay.
Thanks for calling in, LH. Front of the line for you at Latin Sons.
I don't think I'm gonna play what they said. Maybe I should, because you could just hear. Do we have it available to play? Because maybe you could.
Let's make them go to the podcast. Why not boost our numbers with this, Bo?
I do think that if I do, whatever.
No, tell me, bud. Take a stance. Take a stance.
My stance is to let you guys let this get sorted out.
Take a stance on your opinion. Not on what you think we should do. Take a stance on your opinion. What do you think should we play it? Should we not play it? Should we drive them to the podcast?
I think you should absolutely play it, because I also think that they come, and I don't remember everything that was said. That is unlike anything that I've experienced, so far, doing very little hosting in my career as far as how awkward that was. But I think that they came back around, and I think that they did try to say, nice things about you. They to me came across as genuine, but
I didn't hear those.
Right, you didn't hear that at all. So
that's not fair to them, because if indeed they did do that, that would be pretty cool.
But I'm also not trying to tell you to feel any certain way you want to feel about what they said. That's your reaction. It's a
very uncomfortable situation for you to be in. And I put you in this situation, and so I don't want to just go on and on and on and on and cause you, any more anxiety than you already been through. I didn't think it was going to go, Seth. Honest to God, I didn't think it was going to go the way it did, or I wouldn't have done it, because I know, sometimes you get anxiety, and that's not good for you. And I try to stay away from those triggers. And I think for the most part, I do a pretty good job.
Yeah.
But I think yesterday I probably should have kept my mouth shut, and I probably should just let our barber world be their world, and I don't stick my nose in their business. And all I was trying to do was stick up for you. That's it. I'm very protective over you. I love you. I love you as a host. I love you as a friend. And I feel as if you do a lot for these guys. And I just maybe I and Tom Bean and Brian and Jimmy Clevis and maybe we live in different worlds where, when we go to another person's business or something like that, we get recognized because the business that we're going to is owned by one of our best friends. So maybe things are different in their business than the businesses that I deal with. When I go to Mike's Pizza and it's slam, Mike comes up and says, "I got a table for you in the back, bud." Maybe things are different over there. Obviously they are, and I don't understand them, so I should probably keep my big mouth shut about their business because I don't know it. What hurt me was when they started telling me that they did not like me and that I abuse you. Because I know for a fact I don't abuse you in any way, shape, or form.
No, you don't.
I'm very fair to you. I'm very kind to you, and you're genuinely a friend.
They said you're Chris Brown and Seth's Rihanna.
And if I was doing something that was disrespectful to you or your family, let's just say I talk about Sammy's diving too much. Let's just say I did.
Okay.
Oh my God, Sammy's diving. Oh my God, Sammy dived. Where's she dive at? How far? Blah blah blah. And it made you uncomfortable. You could come to me and say, "Hey, can we knock down the Sammy diving deal a little bit? Can we?" And I'd be like, "Oh, absolutely. Like, no problem. I'm sorry."
Sammy's so good at diving. Her new nickname's LeBron.
That's the flop.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, who's this?
Hey, Bubba.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, David from Bradenton. I just had a question because I heard the podcast yesterday, and he said he remembered the day, when he went to Craig, he said he remembered the day he peeked in his head, and Seth said he was there for 15 minutes.
Man, your quality of your phone is horrible. Like, I don't know if you got me on. I don't know if you got me on Bluetooth.
I'll let you go then.
No. Don't let me go. Can you take me off Bluetooth?
Oh, jeez.
Brian, I can't even tell the people, like, can you change your Bluetooth setting to make it more clear? Like, they instantaneously just want to make me a dick. And God.
Let me tell you how we would handle this on the ranch. We would meet at the corral.
By the way,
noon.
The guy goes to the ranch for one weekend.
You're back to back, 10 paces, turn and shoot.
Now he's a cowboy.
4 days, Bubba. 4 days.
What's that?
He went 4 days. He went there 4 days.
Who did?
Brian. Babyface.
Oh, yeah, 4 days. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, 4-day cowboy is way different than a 3-day cowboy.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely.
He had that extra day.
Mm-hmm.
One more.
Hello.
I listened intently to the entire Operation Pigmentation podcast yesterday, and I've listened to every single episode since the beginning. And I love Rio. I think he's a star. So I just got to say that moving forward, when he said what he said in the beginning, I kind of bought into it. Like, okay, he doesn't cut Seth's hair, so he doesn't have to say hi to him when he comes in. But
hold on, and I agree to that. But I really don't agree to that. I think you should say
no.
I think you should say hi to Seth every time he walks in. And when Craig goes, well, should I? Next time Seth comes, make sure you text me so we can have a marching parade for you. I thought that was kind of like disrespectful, like kind of minimalizing what Seth really means to you and what he does for you.
That would be pretty sweet, though. Have you seen the black marching bands, though? They're pretty amazing.
I'd love for FAMU to be right there in the parking lot. Seth would really get, a big kick out of that.
That'd be cool.
Anyway, Joe, what else before I got to let you go?
Also, I think the mood was set right in the beginning with the song that was used in the beginning because it was all anti-white, and they did use the word cracker in the song. So that kind of was off-putting.
That's where I lose you, Joe. I'm not gonna blame the song on anybody's opinion opening the program. That's where I gotta let you go, bud.
What was the song? I'm gonna find me a shotgun and kill all the whiteys I see.
Hello.
It's about smoking weed by Chance the Rapper.
Hello. You're on the air.
Yes, sir. What's up, guys? I listened to it the other day, man. I didn't think it was that bad. They were just, you got to remember, Craig and Rio have both done time. So the slightest time that somebody like that feels that somebody might have came at them, and it is your place to judge them because it is your podcast realm, but I don't think they hate you. I think they thought that you liked them a little bit more. And then when you came at them that way, like they kind of owed Seth something, they're like, listen, dude, we're here having fun with Seth. I don't necessarily feel like we owe him anything because we're not getting paid. It's costing them money, and it is an opportunity for them to be on the air. But like I said, for people who have done time, when somebody
hold on, we both have costs involved in doing what we do. They have costs involved in cutting Seth's hair. Well, first of all, they don't even cut Seth's hair for free. They charge him, so there's no cost involved at all in what they do for Seth.
I think they mean their time. He means their time coming in, driving from St. Pete to here to do the podcast.
And I agree, but that's also, you're committing your time to do something that you really, really like. I mean, they both like it. They love it, quite frankly, to the point where it got them, Barbershop of the Year last year. They wouldn't have won that without the Bubba Army.
I mean, that's 100% true.
That's 100% true.
That's straight.
And
shooting.
their backpack.
And
their backpack giveaway went through the roof.
Yeah, and their backpack giveaway, they wouldn't have been able to do them without the Bubba Army. And listen, we've gotten them some customers. We've gotten them some customers. So we've done some things for their brand. And I just thought that the guy that has spearheaded all of this nice stuff for you, from the backpack drive to we winning Barbershop of the Year to the handful of customers you've picked up, that guy who isn't Bubba Clem, that's not who that guy is. That guy's Seth Kushner, Seth Money. That you have as that you would. Maybe give Seth Money a break and get him in there a little quicker than you did. That's it. That's all it is. I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do. I wasn't mean-spirited. I didn't tell them that they treat. I mean, they told one of my top guys. They told one of my top guys who I go out of the way to take care of that I treat him like crap, and I'm disrespectful, and I crap on him, and I use him, and like when you're gonna do that, when that's completely not true, it's opposite of that. That's what got me.
Yeah, I think though, but that's why I was coming back to the jail thing, because to them, like all the stuff you do for Seth is cool, but to them they see it as like if you say something bad about somebody from people who have done like the amount of time and live where they live, like they're in a different environment every day than we are. You know what I mean? Like culturally.
Well, listen.
So when
I'll tell you this. They're both pretty financially wealthy. I mean, they have busted their ass and done so well down there. I think Craig owns the whole place. I really do, and I think Rio gets a cut. But I know they both do well. So it isn't like they live in the deep, depressed, hood. They have nice houses and nice places. It just happens.
What I'm saying is the people that frequent that place are a different mindset. You know that. Like, if you go to a Sam's Club barber shop, you get a bunch of crackers. If you go there, you get a bunch of tough guys.
Here's the deal. I think
tough guys.
I appreciate your phone call.
Fantastic Sam's, tough guys.
I got to move on.
You can't pay me to go into Fantastic Sam's. That place is hood.
I think deep down, I think deep down, and I probably won't get anybody to agree, and they certainly won't. But there was a caller yesterday that I thought hit it dead on the nail right on the head.
Much to your chagrin?
Much to my chagrin and or chagrin. Thank you. But the guy said that they cannot show a chink in their armor with their clientele. And however you want to think their clientele is, with their clientele, that if a white guy walks in and he's given a little bit of preferential treatment, that could potentially upset their base of customers.
I know that caller. That caller was me.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, Brian, you know what? Brian, you're right. I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
It's okay.
No, I am so sorry. I knew I heard that.
You don't need to apologize.
No,
you got a lot going on.
I knew
not today, Bubba.
I knew that I heard it from somewhere, but I forgot that it originated from you. But I think that's where, and nobody can admit that, and nobody will admit that.
I was just throwing it out as a theory.
I think that's what it is, and they can't. They will never admit to that.
But if you can spend $10 or $15 to cut the line, then friendship should have value. It should have currency. That's my opinion.
So,
They're going to run the business how they want to run it, and that's fine.
To me, if I'm Bubba Craig, Lattimore, I think that Latin Sons, I think the word Lat stands for their last name.
Yeah.
So if I'm Craig Lattimore or whatever, and I know that Craig is probably the principal owner now that his father has died, which, by the way, this has really not been very coolly timed, because Craig is still mourning the loss of his father, who is the guy that started this whole barbershop. So it's it's very emotional and a very trying time for Craig. So I keep that in mind. But, I think that it's his shop, 100%. It's Craig's shop. And, Seth's friendship and what Seth does for you, it's reciprocal. You guys both do things for each other. But I do think Seth should be recognized a little bit more by you guys. And I don't know if you know how much time it really takes to put together that podcast every week. And, we both give and take. I really don't have a dog in the fight. And I think that Seth's friendship and loyalty to you and how he found you guys and how he's procured this relationship, nurtured this relationship into becoming a very successful podcast, that potentially when Seth would walk in, he'd get dapped up with a little something, something.
Are you going to open up a spite shop, Bubba, right next door like Larry David in Curb Your Enthusiasm?
No.
You going to take over that little seafood store that's there and open up Clem and Sons?
Clem's Cuts?
Clem's Cuts?
No. Clem's Cuts. No, I'm not. So we're done.
Shador Sanders this weekend.
We're done. We're done with talking about it. However they want to perceive my whatever. It's over. It's done. They hate me, and I'm not going to cancel the podcast. But I could. That's what they don't realize is, what would they do if they probably wouldn't do anything. But I could say, listen, I'm not going to let somebody like that, who has that bad of a feeling towards me and would say the things that they said about me. I'm not going to allow them in my building, and I'm certainly not going to allow them on my platform. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take the high road. And I'm going to take the high road in the fact that, I don't know their business. Maybe I spoke out of turn, and I was just in my third and final thought before we go to commercials is I was just sticking up for my guy. And if I'm going to tell you this right now, Craig and Rio. Don't you ever say that I mistreat Seth and that I'm disrespectful to him, because you don't know what you're talking about. Don't you ever say that again. That's not true. That's the one thing you said that is not cool. Anyway, we'll be back in a minute.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Of course, when I was at the ranch, I walked right in. No wait, straight edge razor shave.
Straight getting fitted with your hat.
That's it, man. It's the ranch life. Let's start a line of clothing called Ranch Life. Is that out yet?
It should be.
It is now.
Greg from Canada, $20.
Oh, I'll sing Happy Birthday to Lummy. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lum Lum. Happy Bizerth Dizzy Tizu Yizu.
Thank you, Brian. Brian Hogan.
You should have done it like the way they sing it at Applebee's.
How do they sing it at Applebee's?
It's like, hey, happy birthday, hey, it's like, hey, what's your name? It's Warren, hey, here's a cake.
I mean, Seth, oddly enough, that was pretty good.
Well, I mean, you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying, but your song
well, you
was
know
pretty
what
good.
I'm saying.
But your song was pretty good.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
Drew used to
As
do
they
it.
say on the ranch, dag nabbit.
wiggle on. Get a wiggle on, cowboy.
His happy biz earth is a tizu yizu.
Hey, let me see if you can find me the Hogan Happy Birthday guy.
Go run, mommy. You got 3 minutes. Here he goes.
No, but if you
birthday
can't,
boy.
if you can't find, Lummy, if you can't find it, we can get it next break.
Okay. Should be quick.
Thanks, Greg from Canada. We love you. How we doing, everybody? You should organize a protest. Everybody should be mad about everything.
I'm texting you something, Brian.
Yes, sir. PJ, did you have a glass claim by chance? Because they consider that a claim these days. But if it's not a claim, you need to call your insurance carrier and challenge it. Because certainly that's problematic. That'll stay on there for like 3 years for you. Good morning, Sicilian Redneck. How we doing? You texting me something? I'm not getting it.
Here you go. And just text your answer back. I think, well, you can be vague about it, but I think that will be great.
Yes.
You agree?
Yep. I texted my answer back, but yes.
Hold on.
It's about there, brother.
Are you eating your cake?
Yes. Macho's cake.
Macho never would have
clear,
a piece
baby.
Macho would never have a piece of cake unless he was 6 shots of Jaeger deep.
Yeah.
Top corner.
And then he'd shame eat the entire cake.
3A blue.
Barehanded. I could see that. In the middle of the night. In the middle of the night.
And then throw it all up while he's supersetting.
Cake.
Clean and jerks.
Grab it by the handful. Shove it straight in my face. I lick all the icing.
Lick all the icing.
Suck all the cream.
Suck all the cream. Come on, hit the high note. Something.
And then I'll masturbate.
Let me see what one or two
in a
want.
box of short scene in the middle of the night. Oh, man. Ugh. You know how you get all the girls at the ranch, Bubba? You sing, "Country Girl, Shake It For Me," and they'll do it automatically. They'll just start shaking it for you, throwing it back in their Daisy Dukes.
Right, yeah, Brian, I'm going to tell you something. I've never been to, I don't know how ranchy I am.
We should do a content house from the ranch.
Yeah.
They have 4-bedroom cabins we can rent out.
You can help me pay for it this time?
What's that?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Brian automatically wants to do a Dude Ranch content house.
I would think it would be amazing. They have beautiful cabins there that we would be able to have our privacy, but then also go do the ranch stuff.
I think there's other things we need to do besides a content house.
All right, I'm sorry for the content house
They
idea.
have, hold on, Bubba, though. I think people would love to see us go skeet or trap shooting. They now have an AK-47 range. We could do archery. We can all go.
Yes, we can.
We can tip Rusty to go full throttle on the airboat.
We can do all of that and more. Hello.
Hey, Bubba, this is John, and I just wanted to touch on two things. I'm a longtime listener, so don't hate me here. But yesterday during the hot mic, you were telling Seth to trust you, and he was trying to turn you down and just let it settle, and he didn't want to start all this. So I don't want you to be upset, but I just going with the fact of you kind of, I don't know, you want to say you started this, but then you're kind of reverse heat where woe is me, just I love the show. Just,
reverse heat
I don't
or
know.
woe is me. When I just apologize,
Well, yeah.
I just apologized to Seth for putting him in the middle. I want to move on from this event, so I don't understand how that's how that's reversing the heat and doing a woe's me. I don't understand that.
He just didn't appreciate
Well,
their comments. This isn't a woe is me thing. He just didn't appreciate their comments, and he's moved on, and we're all going to move on. We're going to move on back to Hulk Hogan. And what did the Killer Bees had to say?
Killer Bees.
Last 81390 Bubba. Hello.
That poor guy. He was so nervous.
Bubba, white iced tea.
Finally, somebody who can speak on this.
Somebody can break it down, maybe. I don't know. Go ahead, White Iced Tea.
Well, this whole time that Craig and Rio have been around, I always thought the name of their shop was Latin Sons. And I always wondered why, these two black dudes are calling themselves Latin. But then I just found out it's Lats and Sons.
Right, L-A-T.
I was wondering,
L-A-T.
Yeah, I was like, how come it's not African Sons or Botswana Sons or something like that?
Right.
Why Latin?
Right.
But anyways, I really feel like Seth should have made an appointment instead of just walking in.
Well,
I've never made an appointment. I've never made an appointment in my life, man.
Seth's never
For
made an
anything. He rolls into the proctologist and he's like, drops his drawers and says, "Do you know who I am?"
Seth knows
Why have
when
I been
he
going
needs-
there? Hold on. Why have I been going there for 15 years, and now all of a sudden I need to change the way that I go about getting haircuts?
I don't know. Maybe they haven't been that busy, but since they've been on the show,
Listen, White Iced Tea, you're
now
trying
they're
to.
busier.
I gotta let you go. You're trying to break it. You're trying to listen. I don't want to. We're done. We're done with this topic. We're not going to continue to break it down and that who needed an appointment and who doesn't. Seth hasn't had an appointment in 15 years. It was something that we spoke about. We know how they feel. I said my piece, and we're going to move on to your favorite Hulk Hogan latest information.
All right.
Now here's the thing: if Hulk Hogan is doing as well as the people that he has had post things for him, when he has arguably, I think on Facebook alone, maybe you can check my numbers, but I think on Facebook, I think Hulk Hogan has over 7 million people. Now, we all know the parameters of whether you're on a successful or pretty large platform of social media-ness. And for instance, if you got a
7.7 million.
So that's, Brian, that's damn near 8.
That's hulking up.
So you got 8 million on. Let me just add these numbers up because I'm going to be very accurate here. Okay, so he's got 7.7 on Facebook. What does he have on X?
Let me look that up. I'll look up all the ones real quick and write them down.
Well, repeat them to me because I'm going to add them up. So we got Instagram, we got X.
But can you add them all up? I got to imagine if somebody follows on Facebook, they're likely to be a follower on
Brian,
other platforms.
You're right, but let's just.
I know the numbers matter, though. I guess it's irrelevant.
It does.
You're right.
It does matter because you're going to catch that guy on one of the 3 or 4 that he follows you on because he probably doesn't
right. Grandma's not following on TikTok.
Exactly. Let me
3 million on Instagram.
All right, 3.0 on Instagram.
And 2.1 million on X.
2.1 million on X.
Does he have a TikTok?
I don't know. I'll look for it.
Anyway, that's 12.8 million people. And there's no better way to get information about how you're doing when you have a person like me that has a really good source. Let me ask you this. Have I been wrong? I may have, maybe my what he's ailing from at this particular moment hasn't been correct, and I'm a few days behind on that. But is he up and walking? Is he going and doing, July 4th appearances that he was scheduled to be at? Is he still in intensive care? If you're still in intensive care and you cannot, on your 12.8 million persons platforms, post something that shows you in a healthy state, even if it was you in your gown walking, with an eye. Listen, I've been with Hogan many a times when he when he got one of his hips, and with the minute hip surgery is way different than it used to be. They used to make you stay in bed, and now you're literally on hip and knee surgery. They have you out of bed, Brian. You probably know
walking
this.
Around
that day.
Yep,
that day. They'll schedule your hip surgery at 7, and by 5 o'clock that day, they got you up, moving. And I've been to his hospital. I've been with him when he was in the hospital, and he's walking down. I wish I could find the pictures. They'd be worth $1 million right now. I have a picture, Lummy, of him at Morton Plant walking down the hallways with his ass crack showing in the back in his gown with that. And they got that rolling IV. They got that rolling IV gimmick.
Spice has that one too.
He does. Thanks.
Sorry.
He's already sold it.
Yeah.
He's already shopped it.
Absolutely.
So anyway, like if he had the ability, like the fans would even give him a huge pop if they just showed him in the hospital alive. Just, just in the hospital, but he looks okay. He doesn't look like he's on death's doorstep. He doesn't look, he's in intensive care
Maybe
still.
he's healing in the dark. Like when people do things in the dark, Bubba, it's like they're working behind the scenes, not letting anybody know what's happening. He could be coming back to the real Hulkster like he was back in the day, and we're just not going to know about it until the time's right.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Healing in the dark's best for your brand when you got a brand new wrestling federation, a brand new beer, 3 restaurants, and other things. I think that, showing the investors that have put, and I've heard that it was about $15 million to get the beer company up and going. And listen, I've also heard that they got for where they're at, Real American Beer is exactly 1 year old. But for where they're at, Brian, I heard in the regions that they're in, they got nearly 5% of the market share.
No, I think isn't the Hard Rock invested in it?
I mean,
I think they've got
they have a small percentage.
Real money behind it. They've got great distribution. They're the official beer of the UFC or WWE.
They're the official beer. They know where guys go to. They're the official beer of the World of Outlaws. Late models and sprint cars. They're the official beer of WWE. They're the official beer. I think
the Proud Boys
of Antifa.
No, Antifa's not drinking Real American beer.
Whoops.
Cover blow.
But what I'm saying is, man, his beer in where he's distributed, but he got Walmart distribution. It's doing well. It's doing well. But one of the reasons why it does well is he does these meet and greets, and he goes into these smaller cities, into their Walmart. And now, Brian, they're selling 500 cases of a beer on an appearance, ordering another 100, for people to come back in the next few days and get them. And so he has a lot of people in the beer. I heard the Wrestling Federation somebody put up $5 million for that. So if that goes belly up.
They've sold 400 tickets. They're doing well.
Well, in a 13,000 seat venue, that looks great. And so, but if that goes belly up, I heard that was $5 million. Okay. But this beer, not only is there, a lot of money behind it, but it's doing well. It's not going to flop. It's not flopping. And, so that's why I think they're so secretive with his health. You don't have to have Brian Blair. You don't have to have Hacksaw Jim Duggan. You don't have to have whoever else, Missy the Barber Beefcake. You don't have to have these other people tell
Coco Beware.
Yeah, you don't have to have. Yeah, exactly. Skinner, Steve Kern, Doink the third Doink the clown, third Doink the clown, Steve Kern, who's local. So. And Brian Blair doesn't even really release it on his deal. He lets this guy, Ox Glenn, release it.
Well, no, it looks like Ox Glenn retweeted something that Brian Blair tweeted.
Well, okay. But
screenshot it.
But if you go to Brian Blair's account. If you go to Brian Blair's account, he looks. So Brian Blair reposted.
He looks like an old timer on Twitter, is what it is.
So Brian Blair reposted a Brian Blair repost.
That's how you do it.
So Brian Blair originally came up with this. Then he retweeted what this guy said, which was his original tweet. Isn't that a little redundant?
That's how you get traction in this day and age.
Okay,
it's the algorithm.
So Brian Blair says. Was this yesterday? No, this was
July 4th.
July 3rd.
Yeah.
July 3rd. Today is the 10th. Sets yet another week. Yet another week of Hulk Hogan being in intensive care at Morton Plant. And how does that sync up with what Brian said a week ago?
Brian Blair, by the way.
Brian
not Brian
Blair.
Petroni.
Brian Petroni. He's not part of the Killer Bees.
I could be. We had a show called The Killer Bees, but it ended.
Right. Brian Blair a week ago. To dispel false rumors about Hulk Hogan, one of my closest friends, I am pleased to confirm that he is alive, well, healthy, and happy. I wanted to address the misinformation circulating, reassuring everyone that Hulk Hogan is doing exceptionally well. Thank you, and I wish everyone a happy 4th Independence Day. That was a week ago.
You know what he didn't put? That Hulk wanted me to tell you guys that he's alive, well, healthy, and happy.
Exactly.
He wanted to. But Hulk could be all these things, Bubba. I mean, healthy could be, defined many different ways, but he could be alive, well, and happy.
And still on a ventilator.
Yeah.
You can be alive, well, healthy, and happy while in intensive care.
Healthy compared to where you might have been.
I don't know if the word healthy and intensive care can ever really go hand in hand.
Well, also, Brian Blair, I don't know what kind of news he's broken before, so I don't know if this
He was a county commissioner.
For one term, and he got his ass kicked.
Of what county?
Hernando, right?
No, Hillsborough.
Hillsborough.
He was a Hillsborough County Commissioner for one term.
Oh, wow.
And he got his ass kicked on the second term. So anyway, and him and Hogan were never really that close. And Brian was a mid-carder to / opening. The Killer Bees never had a big run at all.
They never held the tag belts?
They may have.
That's pretty big if you had it.
Yeah, for maybe 8 weeks.
Who's a bigger wrestler, him or
Texas Hangman? Is that what you're going to ask, Lummy?
No, Brutus.
Oh, Brutus.
Brutus was
by
probably
a long shot.
So anyway, my question again. Rather than the post picks at Monday night with Nick on the turntables at Hogan's Hangout, Hogan's Beach Club, and we're doing karaoke, that's their big deal. When just a month and a half ago, you would have Hogan. Maybe you can maybe find me his X or his Facebook where Hogan would act like he just got done doing a set of arms, and then he'd be like, that's Macho Man. Let me tell you something, brother. I'm going to be at Hogan's Beach Club tonight, and these stinking out-of-towners have been coming in and taking the belt every week. I need my locals. Yeah, I still got that arm.
I shall be here tonight, brothers.
I will be there.
Ice drinks free.
Skizzy, Nizik, Jizzy, his art. We're all going to be there, brother.
I sent you it's from his Instagram. One of him talking about karaoke, and then they have a soft opening for his new beat shop in Pigeon Forge or
Bubba,
whatever.
can I just say that
soft opening Pigeon Ford, brother? What's that?
This is at first when we were talking about this, and you're getting a lot of heat. I was like, oh man, this is a dicey situation to get into. And now, being however many weeks it is, and I'm
6.
It's been 6?
Yep.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm feeling like I'm getting sad.
You're feeling that, you know what? Bubba might be right. Bubba might be right.
But I don't even know why I'm sad because I don't have really any feelings for Hogan. But it feels like it's not a great situation.
Right. And the longer he goes, as you would say, dark on his 13 million persons platform, and the longer and the more Brian Blair and other people,
Bischoff.
I mean, Lummy, do you remember it was literally when my first one came out, Brian Bischoff led everybody to believe that he was getting out like tomorrow.
Yeah, he was going to be walking around.
So now Axe has said he's okay, but Smash has been quiet, so that's very suspect.
I love the demolition.
So let me. And then
I sent you his karaoke. What you do every week.
This is one right here. Yeah. This is what you would get every week. And let me. When was this? Is May 12th. So Brian, that's relative. That's 60 days ago.
It's almost 2 months.
That's 60 days ago.
Yeah, I wasn't even a rancher at that point.
So at 60 days, he was healthy enough to do this.
Hulk Hogan here. I want everybody to know Monday night at 8 p.m. at my...
And let me see if you can find something newer than this. Because I know he did stuff when he went to Fox and Friends, which was, I think, April 30th, June.
No, this was right after his Fox event, because if you go,
this one right here.
Yeah, if you go on to his Instagram, this was posted after that Monday, because they did it the
Hogan's
weekend
Hangout.
before.
We got main event karaoke. We've got title belts that we give away. All you got to do is step up and sing your heart out. So what you're going to do every Monday night at 8 p.m. when Hogan's Hangout has main event karaoke just for you. I will see you there, brother. Rawr.
Rawr.
So that is today's...
Yo, maniacs, Hulk Hogan here.
Today's the 10th. So in 2 days, this is 60 days old. And nobody has heard from him. He has not put anything up social media wise. And I want you to scour. Is this the last piece, the last live piece that he put up that you could identify what the date was and determine how healthy he is?
Besides his picture with Ron DeSantis, which wasn't a video, just a picture.
Wait, and what day was that?
That was that says 6 weeks ago.
I know. So
I'm trying to. May 25th.
What's that?
It says May 25th.
All right. So May 25th is the last time that he had any type of picture, and that was the picture of Ron DeSantis. I think they were promoting something. What was
Ron was chugging his beer. I don't know where the hell they were.
I think they were just in town for Memorial Day.
Yeah. So doesn't this lead to believe you have Brian Blair posting this? Brian, you couldn't be any more from the truth. To dispel false rumors about Hulk Hogan, one of my closest friends, I'm pleased to confirm that he's alive. Okay. Terry Schiavo was alive as well.
Does anybody have Brian Blair's number? Let's call him up.
Go live on
I
live.
actually do have his number.
Well, call him up. Be like, Brian, I wanted to, we're covering this Hogan deal, and
Let me see if I do have it. Let me see if I do have it.
You don't have a hair on your hiney if you don't call him
I got
up.
lots of hairs on my honey.
No.
I don't know if I have it or not.
Come on, you got it, Bubba.
Bubba.
In my Brian's, I got Brian Matroni, you're at the top.
Nice.
Brian Bernhardt, who's the racer. Brian Beasley, who, is with Beasley Broadcasting. Brian Brown, who is the number 21 KC's General Store sprint car driver. Brian Carter, who I think has something to do with World Outlaws. Brian from Integra Shocks. I have Brian Johnson's number.
Oh.
Lummy from ACDC.
Nice.
He'll suffice.
Yeah, well, let's get his take on Hogan.
Hulk Hogan is definitely dead. Brian remember Brian Storman?
Oh yeah.
And he used to have that seafood place over there on Gandy.
Yeah.
And then I got Brian from Hoosier Tires. So Brian, I swear to God, you can come look at my phone.
No, I believe you.
I'm not.
I'll Google his number. I'll find Brian Blair's number.
I'm not lying to you.
I'll find his number and text it to you.
I got a guy named Brian from Charleston. I don't know who that is. That's the only Brian I don't understand. I got Brian Matroni's Hunter Law Group email, and then yeah. So those are the Brians that I have. Otherwise, I'd call Brian Blair and say, Brian, Terry Schiavo was alive. Here's what they're fighting now. I mean, I'm not gonna say you can take this to the bank, but in my latest information dump, if you will, I got to thank Josh for getting me all the stuff. But their problem now is that they're trying to assess how much damage was done to his brain when he was going through that couldn't expel the carbon dioxide period. And there would be days he'd be in again, rumor has it, so I've been told, or rumor on the street, don't know it to be true, but I've been told that during that period he was in a medical-induced coma on a ventilator, expelling his carbon dioxide for him, and he would wake up when they would take him off. He'd be in a kind of a fuzzy and so every time that he's still hallucinating and not functional because of all the carbon dioxide that got to his brain, and they don't know it's repairable. Your body can repair it sometimes, and sometimes it can't. And the doctors have said, so I've been told, that sometimes it takes weeks for your body to repair it. Sometimes it takes months for you to become kind of back to normal, and sometimes it never it never gets better. So that's why he's been in so long, because they can't bring him out, because the first minute they bring him out, they're expecting him to be like, Lummy, the video you just showed me.
Yeah.
And he's not like that. He cannot function that way. Now, is he Terry Schiavo? I don't know.
Terry Bollea or Terry Schiavo? You decide.
So I'm not laughing at the fact that he could be, in very, very much, a grave type situation.
Have you thought about trying to go to the hospital for more information?
No, I can't.
And really seeing this.
I said we need to send Lummy Investigates down there. This would be a great way to fire up the series.
That's right.
No, they know now, though, that I'm public enemy number one, because I'm the only one that's got a source that has disseminated, hey, listen, people, we get more hate over my synopsis of Hogan because his fans far outweigh my fans. And they just, Lummy, they hate me.
They sure do.
They hate me. Meanwhile, even if you're Brian Petroni and you're wired to go against me and be a dick and counter-program me and try to get a dib on me, nobody has refuted what I've said to the point where I look wrong.
Nobody's provided any evidence that he is all these things that they're saying he is, and he's not the things that you're saying that he is.
Right. I don't care what Eric Bischoff tweets. I don't care what Brian Blair tweets. I don't care what the Hulk Hogan Instagram posts. I don't care what the Hulk Hogan Facebook posts. I want to know you have 13 million people on 5 or 6 different platforms. You have the ability to show people that you're okay, or at least show people the state of what you're in. Correct? Since wouldn't that lead you to believe, Brian, if you're a semi-educated person, if Hulk Hogan's camp is completely kayfabing and completely dodging this issue and posting old pictures of him and pictures of Nick hosting karaoke, and on this past Friday night at 4th of July at Armature Works, where they were supposed to be, there was a big promotion, Lummy, wasn't there?
Yes, there was.
Hogan was scheduled to be at.
Hierarchy, $250.
Man, I need that too.
Captain Creamsicle, $100.
I love that. Thank
Teacher
you.
Will, $20.
Thank you. Phew, I need it. And Hulk Hogan's not there, and you post pictures of Nick and Jimmy being there. It only validates what I'm saying. The longer, give us a picture of him in his hospital bed with his eyes open.
Oh, wow.
Maybe he can be on a couple machines, but at least show us a picture with his eyes open. Tell.
What do you want, a forest background or like a beach background?
I kind of like to have the machines in the background. That way I could take it to Dan and he could tell me, well, that machine does this. Dan could, analyze the machines.
Doc here, $50.
They would break the internet if they came up with a little 15 or 20 second gimmick of him in his hospital bed, but able to speak and just say, and you don't have to be, hey, brother, you don't got to be over the top. You just got to be like, hey, it's Hulk Hogan. I just want to let you know.
The promo is this. He's in the hospital bed, laying down, eyes closed. He, Undertaker, sits up, rips off the gown. Underneath it's the Hulkamania shirt, and he cuts a promo on you.
And you're din.
Listen to the fake news, brother. Fake news sponge doesn't know nothing about the Hulkster, and Hulkamania will never die.
And I'm walking out of this joint right now, and it shows him walking through the parking lot, getting in this Mopar Super B, and doing a big burnout out. Right?
Yep.
Then I look like an idiot.
Yep.
All you got to really do is just post a picture of him in his hospital bed with his eyes open and giving us a thumbs up. even if he's on a ventilator, even if he's on a machine that takes off the carbon dioxide, even if whatever. We for almost 2 months now, you've not shown a picture of him alive.
We 76, $20.
You've not provided a picture of him alive.
Well, I don't think anybody thinks he's dead.
No,
right
he's
now.
not. He's not dead.
I was gonna say
he's not. But
any picture of him right now would probably be a picture of him alive.
So right.
Even if he wasn't in a cognitive.
You've not shown us.
State.
You've not shown us any picture in almost 2 months. When pictures and promotions is part of his game. That's what the game that he plays is, promoting his various brands on his social media platforms.
He's been a content creator for 50 years now.
Yeah. And for 60 days now, we know nothing other than other people saying he's okay. When his own channel continues to put old pictures up, I look more and more correct. Just saying.
What's the bigger conspiracy, Epstein or Hogan right now?
Maybe Hogan's on the Epstein list. He's trying to lay low.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Thank you, Hierarchy, Weeze, Duck here, Captain Creamsicle, T-shirt well.
So the pulse from the ranch was that Hogan's not doing well. I think people are starting to come around to believe.
Did you guys have that conversation where
that's all people were talking about?
You said at the ranch?
Yeah. The guy said enough with the at the ranch jokes, and I go, I'm only going to go harder on the ranch. I'm all in.
One of your buddies said cut it out with the ranch jokes?
No, one of my haters.
Oh, here.
Yeah.
Oh, get the fuck out of here, dude.
I know, it's funny. Let me have one fucking day of it. Jeez. I'm not going to use it again next week. I mean, I may throw it out once next week.
No, we're going to mention it every chance we get to annoy these fuckers. You see our weaknesses and you tell us your weaknesses.
Wait, I'll wear my other. Do you guys want me to wear the shirt I wore to the rodeo next week?
Is that a nice button down?
Oh, I think you'll get a kick out of it.
Dude, you should really make a fashion statement every week.
Yeah. I've got my rodeo shirt that I'll wear.
Dude, that's cool.
Yeah. Good morning, Gilson.
Do they have shiny buttons?
You'll see. You could predict for an hour, you won't guess it.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's something. Lummy is 41. Yeah. We had Trump got shot on his 40th. It happens to everybody, Dark Match. You know, it's hard. It's pretty contagious. What's up, White Ice Tea? You got a little bit.
Gay Cowboys too.
Yeah, whatever. You know that any. It's not gay. It's not gay if you're wearing a cowboy hat.
Oh yeah.
Ranch life. That's what my shirt says. Twink took a vacation. There was mixed reviews on the games and the.
Twink Martindale cannot be a cowboy.
Plus, we were getting too many music reviews.
Are the Lightning going to do anything in the off season?
They already did. They re-signed Gord.
Okay, is that good?
Yeah.
Caviar.
They re-signed. Who's the other kid?
Ryan MBSC, $20.
But have they gone out and got anybody?
No, they really don't have any holes in their roster. They're going to rebuild the fourth line, most likely, and that'll be what they do.
Aren't they looking for a backup goalie? Because they're.
No, they got Johansson signed.
Okay. How about the Rays? Are they players in the trade?
They're always buyers and sellers. They don't lock themselves into one position. I mean, if somebody comes along and makes them an offer for one of their higher priced players that they don't have control over next year, they will absolutely look to get something out of it.
They're limping into the All-Star.
Yeah, they won yesterday. McClanahan pitched an inning in FCL. 1 walk, 1 strikeout.
But Brian, aren't they saying 50 wins by All-Star break and you're doing okay?
Yeah, for sure. They're right there. They have one of those. They have the second wild card right now. They're game and a half.
And I think they're up. I think they got the second wild card by like a game.
A game and a half.
A game and a half.
Yeah,
okay.
over Boston.
So, and then, but fucking Toronto has just been on fucking fire. Toronto's fucking 9-1 in their they lost last night.
Yeah, finally.
But they're 9-1 in their they won 10 in a row.
Yeah, but I love that the All-Star break's coming. It'll take the wind out of their sails. The Rays have a big series against Boston this weekend. 4 games. They've got to split it.
This weekend?
Yeah.
Against
who? Boston's hot too.
Yeah, the Red Sox are at 1-6 in a row.
Yeah. So we gotta put the kibosh on.
Yeah, Tampa's a game and a half, and the Yankees are 3. But we got a 3-game series with Boston.
4, and then it's the All-Star break. Junior Camanero's going to win the home run derby.
You see he's in it?
He's in it. Oh, nice. He's in it to win it, baby.
I was going to text you and say, do you want me to list that Cameronero black that you put in the box? I don't know what you bought it for, but I didn't know if you thought it was worth trying.
Yeah, I just got to get 60 out of it.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
I'll put it for 100 then.
Yeah, see what happens.
Okay. I didn't know how much you got it for.
No, I got a bunch of those. I have 4 of those cards.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think now's the time to put one up. So.
Yeah, see, let's test the waters.
Yeah.
Oh, man, the Bubba Army knives would have been great on the ranch. This is the one thing I was missing. Although I saw Bubba cut up the sandwich with it, and I was thinking all of the oil that he's eating from oiling that knife up.
Oh, God.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Does the blizzard drop today?
It dropped yesterday, actually.
Oh, wow. So you're just a little dropping monkey yesterday, weren't you?
Yeah, I like to release them in clusters, and I did make the blizzard thumbnail is Brian's picture with the cowboy hat. It's just a little treat for
holding an old fashioned,
just to solidify that he's a rancher on the weekend.
Did you see
weekend rancher, if you will.
I sent you the picture yesterday. That's the one that I made.
That's the thumbnail?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got it. Yes, absolutely great picture. Here's your latest Texas flood information.
Night in Texas Hill Country, where the Guadalupe River's deadly flash floods have turned the summer tragic. Nearly a week later, at least 120 people are dead, including little girls from a Christian summer camp. And at least 169 people remain missing as crews search cabins, trailers, and
how bad's that summer camp going to get sued?
Well, I mean, they're done. They're done. Their insurance will pay out the policy limit, and the assets they have will be divvied up, and they're done.
Homes and beyond. Rescuers from more than 10 states and even pack mules are now in hard-hit Kerr County. CBS's Karen Wah is there and has this report.
Big Arms 101, $20.
Rescue teams are on day 6 of their search. This morning, the Kerr County Sheriff emphasized crews are navigating tough terrain.
There are rural areas that may experience extended response times, areas where cell service is spotty, where the area is single-lane bridges and low water crossings.
There are more than 2,100 people combing through Kerr County, and a new team has arrived that's uniquely qualified to help.
Oh,
the
it takes me back to the
travels
ranch.
more than 22 hours from North Carolina.
Okay.
6 mules and a few horses have been navigating devastated areas inaccessible to others.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, those poor horses, right?
No, man, they're trained for this.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, they're search and rescue horses.
No, for real.
No, they're designed to walk through this terrain.
Has no idea what he's talking about.
Bubba.
Last year.
What? Are you tired of? There was somebody that said they're tired of Brian's ranch jokes. Do you feel like they've jumped the shark, or do you want them to keep coming?
I think they
had to go to pace.
I think that we're enough.
Oh, really?
I mean, he came in strong with the outfit, and then we got a backstory on everything that he did, including shooting clay pigeons and how much shotguns kick, and how the airboat ride sucked, and how he felt bad for the calves that were getting tied up, and how he felt and how he felt that he could ride any bull longer than
Professional.
anybody. Exactly. And that the clowns did a pretty good job, and that he, has a whole new appreciation for you cowboys out there.
Yep.
So I think we can. I don't think we have to be Ranch Brian much longer, to be honest with you.
All right.
I was kind of hoping it'd be like a Twink Martindale, just kind of like a new part of him.
No.
I may be Ranch Brian next week again, though.
But I don't want to pigeonhole him into being. I mean, he's got so many other.
Well, we could use
great
a rancher,
quality.
Bubba. I mean, don't you think?
Yeah, but I mean,
what's more rugged than a rancher? That's got.
Well, you don't play well with your P1s.
We probably need an actual real rancher, not a lawyer by day and a rancher by the weekend.
Well, it looks like I'm going back to the ranch this weekend to log some more days.
You wouldn't go back
get
to
my
the
10,000 hours.
If we were going to be intellectually honest, you wouldn't go back to the ranch this weekend if somebody paid you to.
Oh, if somebody paid me, I'd go.
But I'm just saying, I think you've had your fill of ranching.
I brought back 3 bottles of ranch dressing.
Bubba, I asked him. I asked him this, Bubba. He is done with it.
I knew he did it.
It's not for him.
He did it. It's not necessarily in his power alley of things that he'd like to do. I think he would much rather be with his boys at UFC 318.
Burn a timeout here. I may be going to the Tampa Rodeo next weekend. It's going to be at the Florida State Fairgrounds. And you may see the River Ranch Rambler there. I'm just saying, it's happening.
I think
we're contemplating the idea.
I think we need to move on and really get to some stories here and stop, worrying about taking valuable content time directed towards Brian's ranch ability.
Year after Hurricane Helene.
Just like people came from other states to our state, we are here from North Carolina to help them as long and as hard as we can.
We spoke to Mike Toberer as he set out on his 4th trip of the day.
Hey, you don't even realize how hard it is to do that, to get on a horse. like this. Hold on. This is pretty okay. You guys can sit here and laugh at me.
No, I'm laughing because I don't want to make any more ranch jokes.
No, but what I'm saying is, I don't know, Brian, if you had to do this or not, but this is tough. To get on a horse.
You just got to get your foot in the stirrup real good, grab a hold of that saddle, kick that leg over. With your calves, Bubba, that should be no problem.
As he set out on his 4th trip of the day.
As soon as I sit down, the horse turns around, looks at me, and goes, "What just got on me, man?"
Come on, man.
Really, dude? I remember one time I rode out when Heather and I were together. We went back to our hometown in Beckley, West Virginia, and there was this this really neat resort that had horseback riding and stuff like that. So one day we went on this horseback riding expedition, and Lummy, that's when I was way skinnier than I am now. I was probably 50 pounds, 60 pounds lighter then.
Ooh.
And so, but even at 260, 250, when I got on that horse. He turned around. He was like, and the guy, when we went out there, the guy even picked a horse for Heather and the other people that were there. They said, "Go ahead and pick your horse." Mine, they're like, "Listen, we got a horse for you, buddy," because they knew that I had to get a kind of an industrial strength, bigger horse that had a good attitude about a fat ass riding.
It's hard to hop on a Clydesdale like that,
right? They had to call Budweiser up and see if we could borrow one of the Clydesdales. So, I mean,
mules carry equipment for chainsaw crews and water supplies for first responders. But after several days in extreme conditions, the mission has become emotionally exhausting. How hard is that?
That is very hard. It breaks your heart. Because, the people are missing their people now. We can give some closure to some people. I hope it helps.
Man, I mean, I know this is very tragic, and I'm not trying to say anything that's disrespectful to the people that have missing people there, but that it's not looking very bleak. That it's looking pretty bleak when
they're not. They're not recovering.
When they're bringing the pack horses in to, go up and down muddy terrains and things like that. The chances of finding somebody that has now, what was it? Friday night, Saturday morning.
It was the morning of 4th of July, early morning hours.
So
it's been almost a full week.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So they're on their 6th day now. If you didn't die from your head smashing into a rock or you floating down the Guadalupe River at 50 miles an hour and getting thrown against a big tree, or you didn't drown from the undertow. I don't know that you could still be alive. I don't know if they're going to find any survivors.
This feels like it was like more of a tsunami.
Yeah.
Than more so just like the river kind of, rising. So it seems like,
it came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like a tsunami. You're right. Like it just, there was like not even any tricklation of water where it kind of started speeding up. It's like, here comes this big wave that came out of nowhere that's going to be just and behind it's just as much. You can almost see it coming on you.
There are survivor stories.
Okay. Hold on. Maybe we got a couple survivors.
Yeah.
Sisters Lily and Paige Kummerfeld were at Camp Mystic the night of the storm.
Our usual flooding plan is to get to the highest point, but it happens so quickly.
Their faith brings them some comfort in mourning.
Wouldn't you redo your nails if you're going to be on national TV?
Oh, Jesus, Bubba. That's the last thing on their mind at this point.
No, they should have hit those nails right after.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Seth.
Yeah.
They should have hit those nails. As soon as they knew at noon that they were going to be on at 3 o'clock, they should have, chewed off that paint, put some new paint on.
Essentially, once you've been rescued, like, what do you really have to do?
Paint your nails.
Yeah.
Their fellow campers.
Put on your bracelets and paint your nails.
That's right.
I believe that Jesus was there with them, holding their hands, and when the waters...
Okay, well, why wasn't Jesus there for the other 176 people holding their hands?
Well, no, he was there. She's saying he was there with everybody who died, who took him and accepted him as their Lord and Savior.
Oh, okay.
I hope he was. I really do.
I hope that indeed there really is an afterlife and there is a Jesus and these poor people.
Oh, when I read the story about the little girls, I cried. The 27 girls, I immediately, like when you have a kid, especially when you have a little girl and you think about that and you're sending them away to a camp.
Did you go up and give her just a little something, just a little kiss, tell her daddy loves her?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. When you read something tragic that happens to a kid that you might have somebody similar in age, it just makes you want to wrap your arms around your kid until you tell them how much you love them.
And it really gives you pause and makes you realize how lucky you are that you got somebody who's healthy and happy and safe.
Exactly.
And comforting them.
Local carpenter Billy Hardy has built a cross to honor those who died at Camp Mystic.
Well, I hope it helps the families to let them know that other people care.
I'd like to have that bobcat, Lummy.
Now Hardy plans to put up that...
I don't know what we got going on here.
Is that big business making crucifixes?
I don't know.
Because he looks like he made that fast.
We could we could start a wood shop in the back.
Let's go.
Get your Bubba Army crucifix.
At Camp Mystic tomorrow. Every single day since we've been here, we've seen sporadic downpours and rain just like this right here, which makes it that much harder for search and rescue crews.
All right, thanks. Tucker Carlson, he wants to know. He says it's obvious that Pam Bondi is hiding this Epstein list. And I'm
sure she's doing it all on her own.
I'd love to get Tucker's opinion on it, but more importantly, get Brian's opinion on it.
The president promised to reveal the truth about this. Pam Bondi, as you said, went on television and said, we have the truth.
Tucker's got some great processing. Maybe a little on the bassy side.
Give it to you.
Yes.
I think this is a big deal. It's a really big deal. It's bigger. So. I hope so too, actually. So let's just assess this logically. They're covering up the DOJ, the current DOJ under Pam Bondi is covering up crimes. Very serious crimes by their own description. Why are they doing that?
Yeah.
So there are really only two potential explanations that I can think of. Maybe you've got another. The first is that Trump is involved, that, Trump is on the list, that they've got tape of Trump doing something awful. I don't believe that for two reasons. One, I've talked to Trump about it.
He said he doesn't believe that for two reasons.
About it a lot. And I know him. He's not that, for whatever his sins. I don't think he's that guy, actually. I don't think he likes creepy sex stuff. That's just my view. But more, I think, convincing is that this is all information that the Biden administration had. And if there was evidence that Trump had been involved in illegal sexual...
So Brian, is it true that the list and the file that they potentially have currently is basically the same file that Biden's administration had as well?
I mean, it's got to be.
Okay.
All of this is digitized now, so
I understand.
There's ways to source this stuff and get it. It's not just paper documents.
What I'm saying
everywhere.
is, I don't think I don't think the file has probably changed drastically from president to president. It's probably fairly the same.
Right.
I'm assuming.
I'm guessing as well.
Yeah.
Activity. You think the people who made up Russiagate wouldn't have leaked it?
Right.
Come on now. So the only other explanation that I can think of, again, maybe you've got another, is that intel services are at the very center of this story, U.S. and Israeli, and they're being protected. I think that seems like the most plausible.
That's the most obvious.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think I kind of might agree with Tucker.
Okay, and let me ask you this. How are the intel services involved, and what are they trying to protect?
They're trying to protect their intel services. They're trying to protect
how? How are they involved, and what are they trying to protect? I love a good conspiracy theory, but does he go on to explain how that makes sense?
That's the only clip I got. But
no, he said he just doesn't think Trump's the kind of sexual guy that would be into that kind
Can
of
we
stuff.
play the video of him talking about seeing Paris Hilton at 14 or 15 years old walk by him when he was on the Howard Stern show and the way he reacted to that?
Who, Trump?
Yeah.
No, I don't have that video.
Oh, okay. Because there's very clear audio of him fawning over a 15-year-old Paris Hilton.
There's also clear, convincing evidence of what got him in trouble the first time, and is that by grabbing women by the vaginas. So, you can't...
him bragging about walking back into the changing rooms at Miss Teen USA or whatever it was.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not saying Trump did anything. Let me be clear on this. But to say that there's no evidence that he's a little creepy, I mean, he fawned over his own daughter and talked about her in a sexual manner. I mean, there's levels of creepiness, and I'm not saying that Trump's a pedophile or engaged in anything on Epstein Island. But to just say that there's no evidence of him being a creep, I think is far-fetched.
I agree.
Biden's a creep too, by the way, everybody. I'm not saying, and
so is
just so you know,
and so's Clinton, and so I mean, I don't know.
We got nothing on Obama, man. He's squeaky clean.
I don't think we have much.
He may have been gay, but we don't know.
But we know what Big Mike's hiding.
Yeah, now see, Obama, poor Obama. The knock on him has nothing to do with anything he did. It has to do with whether his wife has a penis or not.
Yeah, it's kind of stupid.
And it's really stupid. It really is. That's just, you're really just getting cheap heat. Yeah, if you think Michelle Obama's a man.
I was trying to relate to our base, but I'll stop agreeing with it then.
I mean, our base needs to realize there comes a point where you just got to be not drink the Kool-Aid, be your own man, and say.
But there's a picture of her with a big old hog waiting for a bus in 1989.
That's photoshopped, please.
Damn it.
When we come back, Lummy, we are going to address, and I'd like Brian's input on this as well. The doctor, Joe Biden's main doctor, refuses to answer people's questions. Have they brought him up on, like, in the Senate or the House? Is he in front of some judiciary committee or anything like that? Or is this just a Q&A with, what is this? Is this a formal investigation? Do we know?
I think this is probably some sort of hearing in the House.
It says Biden doctor pleads the fifth in a speedy House closed door interview.
Yeah.
So, Brian, protocol wise, is this like the appetizer to them potentially going into to a committee, or is this? I would think that this is probably the preliminary steps you have to take.
Well, this is a committee.
Oh, this is.
Yeah,
but it's
the House Oversight Committee.
Okay.
Which is one of the more powerful committees on the House.
But it doesn't look like it's in the House. It looks like it's in some office.
No. So yeah, it's not. It was closed doors interview.
So does that mean?
So it wasn't open to the press. It was in essentially it'd be like in chambers.
So if it's not open to the press, how are we able to get it?
I guess somebody shot some footage there.
Yeah, there was a tape being run.
All right, cool. We'll get to it next.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
back the blue.
I back the blue.
Right. Thin blue line, but not Democrats.
Not them libtards.
Not libtards.
Just see if we keep going. It's right there.
Isn't that okay? There we go.
Tucker's a freak.
A lot of people don't give credit to, but in actuality, is
really beautiful is Paris Hilton. Paris Hilton. And I've known Paris Hilton from the time she's 12. She's hot. Her parents are friends of mine, and the first time I saw her, she walked into the room and said, "Who the hell is that?"
Did you want to bang her?
She was at 12, I wasn't interested. I've never been into that. Right. It sort of always stuck around that 25 category.
But even at 12, you were kind of
but I saw her at 12, she was beautiful. But honestly, Paris gets knocked and this and that, but she's very beautiful. She's flawless. She's dumb like a fox.
Have you seen the video, the sex video?
I have seen it.
You did? What'd you do?
It was just.
How did you see that? What did you do?
Melania showed it to me.
She did?
She showed it to me.
What did you think of that?
I think it's probably unfortunate, and perhaps it made. What is that?
That's the tape. Okay.
I think it's probably.
What's up, Jay Bowler?
And it made Paris hotter in terms of the world. Because the world is so screwed up. I mean, you think a thing like that's going to destroy. Like you, Grant, who I love, I think he's great. He's a member of my golf club.
I don't think this is incriminating our president.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Yo, but Babyface brought it up.
He went,
because
he doubled down and said she's 12. I'm not into that. Stop.
He's bringing up.
Yeah, Brian's really
he's bringing up.
Babyface trying to bury
him. He never said she was hot.
You fuck. It's okay. Everybody be quiet. We'll let Brian take his links.
Wait, he literally said he didn't want to.
Well, he said he wasn't.
No crosstalk.
No crosstalk, buddy. Don't look at our papers.
No crosstalk. We're going to get into this organically. Don't give him a setup.
No crosstalk.
Seth, don't give him an outlover.
I'll just pull it up on my own.
No, you're not. You can't pull up what we're going to say to you, bitch. That's in our head. That's in our heads, okay? That's in our heads. You're not the head police, motherfucker.
Seth, unplug that computer.
Lummy, when are we doing your birthday segment, Lummy?
Never.
When are we planning that? Uh-oh.
Babyface saying happy birthday, that's all that matters to me.
Yeah, but he did it like Marilyn Monroe. It was fucking weird.
Yeah, but they threw it Hogan at the end.
Oh, Jesus.
Brother.
I didn't think it was. I thought he's had better performances.
He did it as a cowboy.
He's not a cowboy singer yet.
So we're going to go down this road with Trump, who's quoted as saying if Ivanka wasn't his daughter, he'd probably be dating her.
Dude, as much like you, I've seen the light. The MAGA one. What's up, Jay Bowler? What's up, Brian? What's up, Berto? What's up, the people I might have missed earlier?
Yeah, thank you, everyone. TJ from Jersey.
What's up, Xerxes?
So this is the exact quote. I've known Paris Hilton from the time she's 12. Her parents are friends of mine. And the first time I saw she walked into the room and I said, "Who the hell is that?" Stern asked, "Did you want to bang her?" And this was Trump's response. Well, at 12, I wasn't interested.
You know we have the video, right?
I know.
Yeah, we just heard it.
Who the hell is that? It's not the reaction you make when a 12-year-old girl walks in the room.
Maybe she walked in with fucking doing cartwheels.
He didn't say that. It's like a weird hat on.
He just said it based upon her presentation. That's a weird. That's a weird fucking. That's a weird fucking.
I can't. He didn't. He's not listening. I've unplugged his computer.
What up, Xerxes?
They already told me everything that's in your brain, Bubba.
Bad Jake.
Oh no, you're not. You don't know what I'm gonna come up with. You don't know me.
Congrats on being a grandma.
You don't know me,
Miss Thompson.
Most people would have thought I was gonna keep going on and on about the pigmentation stuff, and I let that stuff drop immediately. You don't know me, bitch. What I'm gonna do? My position, my fucking radio host skills.
Miss Thompson, it's crazy. I'm 43 too. You're a grandparent today. What's up, baby?
Happy birthday to fucking Lummy,
Branch Bunny.
Happy birthday to Lummy. About to get his.
What up, Bright Farm?
Long time no see. Some fucking PayPal money, so I got
your birthday.
Fucking ruin it, shit.
I'm sending in some motherfucking PayPal money.
Thank you, Hierarchy.
Don't ruin Lummy's birthday with the anti-Trump propaganda.
Yes.
Trump propaganda. Big
got big all my last and only contributors.
No, Hierarchy did 250.
No, I'm talking about on my PayPal.
Oh fuck, dude! This is where the kiss ash is coming in.
Yeah. Captain Creamsicle and
Hierarchy.
Leonardo Pizzier.
The Wheeze.
Don't
forget Kurt
Morgan.
Kurt Morgan, I love that guy.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, you know, we've turned Kurt Morgan, who owns Morgan Exteriors, into a huge Bubba Army fan since we added Gene Lasker. Gene and Kurt practically grew up together. And Kurt went on to have a very successful, I think, multi-location Morgan Exteriors.
He's got one in Walmart.
Oh, what do you mean one in Walmart?
He's got a little shop in Walmart.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, like, if you're going to Walmart and you need new windows or something's wrong with your house exteriorly, Kurt Morgan / Morgan Exteriors has a little kiosk right there at Walmart.
So they have the whole, like, when you walk in, one of the entrances, it's right there. Like, you know how they have the Subway is usually, or McDonald's?
Brian, I mean, as a business guy,
I'm going to put my personal injury practice in a Walmart.
Brian,
that's genius.
No, for real.
Yeah.
I mean,
right next to the optical place.
Everybody, somebody
free Subway on me.
I mean, you just have kind of an attractive girl working the booth, and she, qualifies or not. Because, most people walking through Walmart probably had a catastrophic injury in the last 60 days.
I mean, odds are if they haven't, they're gonna.
Yeah. Jesus. True. You're not necessarily looking for those. You're looking in the next, because those people from Walmart, they're riding four-wheelers and, But anyway, Lummy, what I was going to say is Kurt Morgan now watches or listens to the show every day. He's got a sprint car with the Bubba Army logo on it. And if anybody, I'm going to start promoting Kurt's business just because he's so good to the show. He's throwing hundreds down. Love him. It's called Morgan Exteriors, and I think they do windows, siding. Lummy, maybe send me the websites. They do everything, and he started out with just one employee, him and another dude. And I think the way he really, and he's a multimillionaire now. I mean, he's a multimillionaire now, and he does such great work. I mean, Brian, not everybody has the business wherewithal to be able to go ahead and set a kiosk up in Walmart, for potential Walmart shoppers that need. Everybody that goes to Walmart probably needs new shingles or some new windows in their house.
Oh, exactly.
So, anyway, Morgan Exteriors. And I think he started with just like an excavator and a mini steer, a skid steer, when Hurricane Andrew came through Homestead, and he drove down there, young as hell, with one worker, and they had like a load, like a dump trailer and a pickup truck and two pieces of equipment, and they would just pick up equipment. Pick up debris.
Material?
Yeah, they would just clean. If your house was completely flattened, it's kind of your responsibility, I guess, to clean it up. But you would get big municipality like that. That gig went on for like a year, where Broward County gave you $25,000 to clean up this park, and Broward County gave you $50,000 to clean up this bridge, and he made a ton of money, then rolled that into his exterior company, and the rest is history.
Good for him.
So thank you, Kurt Morgan. Thank you for the money, and thank you for being a new. He always listened to us, but since I'm not on a big sexy FM in Tampa, you gotta be a little scrappy in Tampa to be able to find us. Of course, in Hillsboro, 96.7, in Pinellas, 98.3, and then globally, 8 AM 820. Or, of course, Facebook or YouTube. Just type in The Bubba Army and you can watch the show.
Have you thought about us being the Walmart show? Like, what if we started doing our show in the middle of Walmart?
That'd be pretty cool.
I mean, that could be what's next. Hasn't nobody started doing that yet, Bubba?
I don't know. Walmart has some strict parameters.
Well, Target, somewhere. Steinmart?
Target's probably worse. Steinmart.
Burlington Coat Factory.
So, anyway.
Service merchandise.
So, anyway, Brian, listen.
Hold on.
Let me set this up. It's my show.
Go ahead.
Thank you. We probably are guilty of sucking the MAGA-D.
Slobbering all over it.
I got no guilt about it.
Sloppy toppy.
Especially when we have the Diacos in here. They're very MAGA. Lasker's very MAGA. Tuttle's down the middle. We're pretty much down the middle. And you're blue. And here's the deal. We're MAGA, but we're not going to sit here and just drink the MAGA Kool-Aid and say Trump's the best. We'll call Trump out. We'll call Trump out.
Don't read Rumble on those days.
When he's doing stupid stuff. And, but by the same token, when people like Brian come in here and try to put words in Trump's mouth.
What words do you think I
and
put
make
in his mouth?
You said that he fretted over a then 12-year-old
Okay,
Paris
let's
Hilton.
play the audio.
I'm
you
gonna
said 14.
I'm gonna play.
Yeah, sorry,
And
she was 12.
I'm gonna play it, and you're gonna be honest,
okay,
and fair,
okay,
and you're gonna see that he wasn't fretting over her at 12.
Okay,
he said she was 12, and he's not into that sort of thing.
Yep.
So watch. Here, you ready? And don't be stubborn.
I won't be.
And take an L if you got one.
I'll take the L because I thought she was 14 and she was actually 12.
All right. Well, I'm just saying if you got. I'm tired of people not taking L's around here.
You know what?
Take an L.
You know what starts with L? Latin sons.
Who a lot of people don't. Somebody.
All right. Here we go. This is the appearance on Howard Stern's show with Donald Trump back when they were friends, and Brian Matroni. Seth, is it your understanding that he was trying to make Donald Trump look like a creep by saying that he was attracted to a 14-year-old Paris Hilton?
Yeah, we were kind of going off Tucker's comments saying that, Trump's not into any weird sexual stuff, and I laughed a little bit, but then Brian started citing, different interviews that Mr. Trump has had, our lovely president, where he does talk about girls in a weird way.
Right.
That's what Brian, not me.
Brian particularly brought up Paris Hilton.
Yes, that was one of the examples I said.
He particularly said a 14-year-old Paris Hilton. Then he said, go look it up. Go look it up. So Lummy did. And here it is. And as much as you hate Trump or you like Trump, I think at this point you will agree.
Time to suckle on him.
That Brian's going to take an L.
Somebody who a lot of people don't give credit to, but in actuality is really beautiful, is Paris Hilton.
Now, he's talking about Paris Hilton right now as an adult.
Right.
She's an adult.
And in a second, he's going to be talking about the first time he laid eyes on her when she was 12.
But let's make sure that we're intellectually honest here by saying when he's talking about her being very beautiful, would you agree, Brian, that he's talking about her modern dayness and that he's talking about her as an adult
at this point in the conversation?
Yes. Okay.
Paris Hilton, and I've known Paris Hilton from the time she's 12.
She's hot.
Her parents are friends of mine, and
that, by the way, that's Howard that said that she's hot.
Yeah, current day. Yeah.
No, he said.
The first time I saw her, she walked into the room and said, "Who the hell is that?"
Okay, pause.
No, hold on.
Pause. So he's known her since she was 12. The first time she walked into a room as a 12-year-old little girl, he goes, "Who the hell is that?"
Let's just
let's
let it play.
Okay.
Let's let it play.
Is that?
Did you want to bang her?
She is at 12 I wasn't interested. I've never been into that.
Right.
They've sort of always stuck around that 25 category.
But even at 12, you were kind of wow, she's hot.
I saw at 12 she was beautiful. But honestly, Paris gets knocked and this and that.
So Howard actually is trying to get him down Creep Alley.
Well, he was trying to get Trump to go there, yeah.
Well, and he kind of did. He goes, she was beautiful.
Yeah, but I mean,
wait, hold on. Have you ever been stopped in your tracks by a 12-year-old to go, "Who the hell is that?"
No.
Okay.
But
exactly, because you're not a creep.
No, but here's the deal.
Here's the deal. No L.
You can
put two L's together. What does it make? Turn them sideways. W. Win.
You told them today wasn't the day, Bubba.
But she's very beautiful. Her
is she dumb?
Is flawless. She's dumb like a fox.
Have you seen the,
He's right, though.
video,
she is
the
smart.
sex video?
I have seen it.
You did. What'd you do? You went on the internet?
It was just.
How did you see that?
He said, "Have you seen the Paris Hilton sex video?" I wonder if he's familiar with my sex video.
I'm sure he is.
What did you do?
Melania showed it to me.
She did?
She showed it to me.
What did you think of that?
I think it's probably unfortunate, and perhaps it made. What is that noise?
That's the tape.
Okay.
All right.
I think it's probably.
I'd like to hear his spin on what he thought about the sex tape, Brian.
Yours or Paris's?
No, just Paris's. This might give him, what's his mindset about sex tapes?
Fortunate, and it made Paris hotter in terms of the world, because the world is so screwed up. I mean, you think a thing like
that.
It
didn't make me hotter. It buried me, buddy. And they try to use it against you, oddly enough. Oh, did I just say that?
Oh, it's going to destroy. Like you, Grant, who I love. I think he's great. He's a member of my golf club.
Right.
You would have thought he would have been destroyed by what happened to him, and he's a bigger star now than he ever was. So you never know what happens.
Solicitation or prostitution, which, by the way, P. Diddy might do 20 years for, but Hugh Grant just did it. No big deal. I guess you can have them lean into your window of your sports car, and that's way not near the crime of having, your chauffeur go pick him up in New Jersey, right? I mean, right, Brian?
Right.
I mean,
right.
That's because he got in trouble for solicitation of prostitution.
So real quick, my point here was to refute what Tucker Carlson said, where there's no signs that Donald Trump's a little bit creepy, where he's commenting on who the hell is that when a 12-year-old girl walks into the room. I think that might be a little bit creepy. When he says he grabs women by the vagina, I think that's a little creepy. When he says that he would walk around the dressing room with full access to Miss Teen USA, I think that's a little creepy. You may not. If you're a listener and you don't think that's creepy, that's totally fine.
First of all, you were wrong on this clip.
I was not wrong.
You were wrong.
I was wrong about her age. I thought it was a 14-year-old Paris Hilton. It turns out it was a 12-year-old.
You said she was fretting over her.
He fretted over her. Who the hell is that is fretting?
So I'm not going to necessarily...
I disagree with your
take. On
take.
these other instances that you bring up, I'm not going to necessarily know that you have them necessarily correct. You were incorrect in this one.
Oh, I'm incorrect about the Billy Bush tape? Have you heard that one?
No, not the Billy Bush tape.
Okay,
about this one.
Find the Miss Teen USA tape. I mean, they're out there. This isn't stuff I'm making up. I'm not some conspiracy theorist. I said, and I was very clear, I'm not saying Trump engaged in any illegal activity with minors. But to say that he has not said creepy things is patently false.
Moving right along. Lummy, this is now. Is this the bite? Is this the doc? Like, if you're the president, do you have like an appointed doctor? You know what I'm saying? Like, all like this guy's the White House doctor, and he's specifically your doctor, and he doesn't practice anywhere else.
Yes, you have your presidential physician, the same one that said Trump was 220 pounds, or.
But what I'm saying, Brian, is like, is his office in the White House? Does he have a practice that he goes to every day and then just comes to the White House as needed? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know how that works. I imagine he's got to be there for the president no matter what. I imagine the president has like a medical team around him.
Yeah, I would say that. I think they've said that there's an operating room, full-blown medical, everything you would need to do a full-blown operation on any scale at the White House. From anesthesiologists to, like they have it all. Let me look that up and see if there's
I'm looking it up. Also, real quick on Miss Teen USA, he never said Miss Teen USA. He said Miss USA or Miss Universe. He said he never did anything with Miss Teen USA.
Oh, do you have that audio?
Oh, yes, I do.
If you have it, maybe we could play it and Brian take another L.
Yeah, I didn't take an L on the first one, so I hope you guys prove my point again.
Well,
I sent it to you.
You didn't take an L.
There's no L to be taken. He fretted over a 12-year-old girl when she walked into the room. Who the hell is that?
I mean, it's a push at best.
No.
What if she had like a funny hat on or something?
He doesn't say she was wearing sparklers out of her hat or a cowboy hat from the ranch.
Going down. These are all the false Brian's right here in these posts.
Yeah.
Right now,
right there.
Right here?
Yeah.
Again, on Howard's show again.
Yes.
My daughter is beautiful, Ivanka.
By the way, your daughter.
She's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
The last couple of years, I go out with somebody, and she's like 21, and she's talking about, what are you doing? And she's studying algebra. And
so what?
And it's like, it was always embarrassing for me to walk in. It's too young. 30 is like a perfect age.
Absolutely. She has enough life experience.
Until she's 35.
I mean, so Brian, here, he's saying 30's a perfect age.
Well, why don't you say with the comment about Ivanka where he said if she wasn't his daughter, he'd be dating her?
I don't have that audio.
Okay, well, let me sending you self-serving audio.
No, I'm not.
Too much life experience.
What is it at 35, Howard? It's called checkout time.
And you're probably, I would say, the greatest judge of beauty on this planet. In fact, I would create a TV show for you where all you did was just judge women.
Now, that may be the best idea of all.
It's a simple thing. It's a half hour, and we strip it out all over the country.
I would say I'm the all-time judge.
You own this pageant. You go over. You're meeting the girls. It's like one of them comes up to you and says, "Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man, right? Right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you." Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No,
Right.
but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr.
I think that was Artie.
Yeah.
In my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
All right, so this is what Brian's claiming. And Brian, if I have to take an L,
there's 4 allegations from Miss 1997 Miss Teen USA contestants that I will get into their quotes, but you can play his self-serving audio, and then we'll go from there.
Everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
you're like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
I think that's not good. I think what he said, that's not good, Brian. I'll give you a W on that.
Okay, and then
he never said Miss Teen USA.
Here's 4 women from 1997 Miss Teen USA, young as 15. I remember putting on my dress really quickly because I was like, oh my God, there's a man in here, said Mariah Bilato, the former Miss Vermont Teen USA. Trump, she recalled, said something like, don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before. 3 other women who asked to remain anonymous in fear of being engulfed by the media firestorm also remember Trump entering the dressing room while the girls were changing. 2 of them said the girls rushed to cover their bodies, with one calling it shocking and creepy. There you go.
And those are teenagers? I mean, they're talking about the event that
this is as young as 15 to 19-year-olds.
So the event that these people were participating in was Miss Teen
1997 Miss Teen USA.
Okay.
And so again, not saying Trump has broken any laws. I'm not saying that Trump did anything illegal. I'm just saying that Tucker Carlson's assertion that there is no indication that this guy could have creepy tendencies is questionable at best.
Okay. No problem. I got it. And agreed. Lummy, do we got his doctor?
Yes.
This is his doctor. And he pleads the fifth on any question with regards to Joe Biden's mental capacity. Where are they going with this?
This guy lied. This is a cover-up. This is significant. Okay, make no mistakes about it.
For real, this is
this is significant because if the president of the United States, so there's the 25th Amendment, right?
Right.
And if he's incapacitated and incapable of understanding the job and carrying out the duties as a role of president, then they have the ability to remove him from office.
So if this guy is lying as a doctor about his mental capacities,
yes,
then that is a big deal.
That's a big deal.
And the reason why the Congress is looking into it is because at that point it could have triggered a 25th Amendment vote.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, it could
where the cabinet gets together.
Right. 25th Amendment vote. I don't know how that procedurally goes down, but you probably start the process, and the process starts with this guy's report. That's right. They can't just say, okay, I feel like Joe's an idiot. And so like one congressman cannot, this doctor's report has to be what triggers the inquiry. This doctor has to report, listen, in speaking and analyzing our president, he has the mental capacity of a third grader. He cannot remember important dates. He doesn't know I've asked, several different questions. Who's the leader? I mean, I'm sure, Brian, there's a psychological part of this test. And, if this guy's pleading the fifth, because he probably doesn't want to, is he doing that, Brian, because he don't want to incriminate himself?
Yeah.
And they cannot.
Well, because if he fraudulently produced medical records, that could be a crime.
But he doesn't have his own private practice, Bubba. He's 24/7 with the president.
Okay,
that makes sense.
So, Brian, here's what I'm saying. If he pleads the fifth, can he plead the fifth?
Yes. You have that constitutional right, 100%.
But isn't in a criminal in a civil setting, which is what this is, I guess this could potentially be criminal, but in this particular incident, it's a civil situation. It doesn't pleading the fifth isn't it more damaging on the civil side of things than it is the criminal side of things as a lawyer?
Yes, so you can make a negative inference. So you can, in the civil side,
and the jury's instructed that too.
You can assume that whatever the person pled the fifth to, they actually did.
Right.
So, that's the way it works in a civil case.
Right. And so I've always understood that pleading the fifth criminally is not as damaging as pleading the fifth criminally, because criminally the jury is instructed, or the judge or whoever's making the decision is instructed to make that it's a negative inference, meaning he did it, or whatever question they're asking.
You can infer that whatever the question they're asking is, you can make a negative inference. So whatever the worst side answer is of the question they're asking.
Could they really hem this guy up? Could this guy
because he can plead the fifth all the way, and then they have to prove that he lied. And how are they going to prove that he lied on those documents? That becomes the issue.
And a president's no longer the president, so they can't bring him up and do mental capacity tests on him.
Well, even if he did already, the Supreme Court has ruled that his acts as president, he's immune from prosecution.
You're right. So what are we meeting about?
Right, exactly.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
His counsel flat out.
Right. He told him to. And the reason why he didn't raise patient-doctor confidentiality and privilege on that and HIPAA or anything of that nature is that the White House publishes the health reports. So it's public. It's been publicly released. So that essentially the patient has waived that confidentiality.
Right.
So at that point, they've put that into question, and he's able to talk about it. That's why he had to plead the fifth.
But this is highly lawyered up.
I mean, this is somebody telling him to do the right thing here. Why implicate yourself with anything? Just plead the fifth. It's as though nothing's going to come of this for you. I want the same doctor. I want the same congressional inquiry, though, into Donald Trump's weight.
He's tall, man.
220.
He's a tall
like
man.
DK. He's built like DK Metcalf. I don't give a shit about any of it, by the way. I mean, I care about whether or not the president's mentally competent. Whether or not the president's a fat ass, I don't care. There are so many amendments to the Constitution of the United States of America, but I can only choose one. I choose the fifth. The fifth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fifth.
Chappelle.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's lying about his height. He was probably... My TDS is in overdrive. Get out of here. I've been level on everything I've said. I haven't laid any allegations. I'm just saying that Tucker Carlson's statement that there's nothing to suggest that Trump's a little bit creepy is, in my opinion, inaccurate. And then I cited specific instances, which have been proven correct on all of them, in which he said creepy ass shit. You too, I'm going to call the police. Trump was referencing that story. Give me a break. You guys are cult members, man.
You gotta apologize to Lummy.
For what?
Making him look up anti-Trump stuff on his birthday.
Oh, that's true. His Lord and Savior, Trump Christ.
The man just didn't need it today. I feel it.
Your haircut does look good, Seth. Where'd you end up going?
Cost cutters. Lady Jane's. Told him Bubba sent me, got 25% off.
Yeah. Sports clips.
Sports clips, yeah.
Thank you, Bubba Nash. Love you guys too.
Because I wanted a stylist and a referee shirt to cut my hair.
You're such a smart ass.
I mean, you're such a with two wraparound TVs.
Yeah. So I can watch that all-important game at 1 o'clock on a Tuesday.
The highlights from Sports Center. Or some poker action.
Oh, man.
Lummy.
Yes, sir.
They're saying that maybe that crash we showed.
Yes.
Wasn't it?
What?
What crash?
That's not the crash he got into. That's not what.
You talking about the fire?
I'm just hearing that maybe that wasn't the.
That's what every news source is playing.
Are they?
Yeah.
All right. I just want to make sure we.
What up, Nash?
I mean, look, if you were building shit in New York in the 80s and 90s, you were still dealing with the mob.
What's up, Danny? Liz said you showed the wrong crash. I'm not. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
I'm just going off. We got that off of Fox.
I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I look kind of fucked.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, I've been getting interesting updates that the crash video that we may have shown. I'm sorry, it wasn't really a crash video. It was the car on fire video that we showed that we thought, or that we still to this very minute think that that's what Randy Couture was in. I'm hearing updates that may not have been the crash in question. So if you could maybe dig a little further and see if there's other, if one indeed that's what we got was officially what happened, or there was an actual the car got the car rolling and hit the wall. I just want to make sure that we get the right. I don't want to play the wrong crash.
Yeah, if someone sees something, please send it in, because I was just going off of what was reported this morning. So I'll keep looking for it.
I'm just trying to read out. I'm just trying to read various things as to what happened, and it's not really giving me any more description other than he's got first and second degree and was airlifted to a Kansas City hospital. I don't have anything else other than that. Like, it didn't say Randy started off the line, went halfway down the track and crashed into the wall. It doesn't really give you
UFC legend Randy.
It doesn't give you
suffering severe burns in race car crash. For his last footage and health status, watch the video until the end. UFC involved in association in 2006 in the accident. degree burns, as well as trauma and smoke inhalation in the accident. But Couture is expected to make a full recovery.
So in that case, I mean, like this particular one leads me to believe that our footage may be right because all he suffered was like the crash that we saw coincides with what he got. Smoke inhalation and first and second degree burns. That's what you would get from that deal. So, Lummy, I'm not trying to just look further if there's any, or try to validate, yes, indeed, that was it.
Who do you think took in more CO2, Couture or Hogan?
I don't know.
Can the witness please state his name?
This is Joe Biden, former President Joe Biden. Because, I think, Brian, you're always, if you're a president, you're always supposed to be addressed, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Like when I talked to Bill Clinton that one time with John Morgan, John Morgan said, Mr. President, let me introduce to you Bubba the Love Sponge. And I was like, hello, Mr. President.
I know about you. You're a rascal.
I've heard about your stuff.
You're a rascal.
He did call me a rascal.
I remember that.
He said, I heard about your stuff. You're a rascal. Maybe FCC-wise, some of my stuff went across his desk when he was president. I don't know.
And spell his last name for the record.
Dr. Kevin O'Connor, O''Connor.
Thank you. Dr. O'Connor, before we begin, I would like to go over the ground rules for this deposition. The committee will conduct today's deposition in accordance with the House of Representatives regulations for the use of deposition authority, which were furnished to your counsel. This regulation
Now, Brian, if you lie during your deposition, and isn't it as a lawyer, you usually only act, because I'm kind of asking for personal reasons, but isn't it, it's my understanding that when a lawyer asks you a question in deposition, he usually knows the answer, and he's trying to catch you in a trick bag.
Well, definitely at trial, but in a deposition, sometimes they're just gathering information for use at a trial. But sometimes you do know that they're lying. You'll have evidence in front of you already. Now, you won't hang them.
Will you say, well...
No, because if you highlight it for them, you give them a chance to clarify or clean it up. So typically, if you have somebody make something, you just note it, and then when you use it at trial, you go and blow it up. Now here, it's a different kind of setting.
Now, have you ever had a client just flat out lie to you during deposition? Okay. And you note it. Okay, and then it ends up the case ends up settling, and as you're settling the case, you remind the opposing counsel, that you got him or her dead to rights on a lie. I mean, do you use that to help you negotiate? Because you got him dead to rights on a lie, and listen.
You would just say, we know your witness did not do very well at deposition.
Okay.
Because you can't threaten like perjury or prosecution or anything like that.
Not threaten,
right?
I'm not gonna. You would say, I'm not going to threaten, but I'll make sure the jury knows that Mr. Numbnuts was under oath when he spoke these words during depositions, and I have information to show you that him was lying.
So, Bubba, real quick it looks like there was a massive fire at the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series yesterday, also. And it was a different driver. There's no video on.
All right, so what
Randy
we
Couture.
saw is not Randy.
No, it's Marvin Blaney.
All right,
but everyone picked it up because it happened at the same time.
All right, so there is no footage of Randy.
Correct.
Okay.
As of right now.
But we can imagine what happened based on that video.
No, I would say that probably
his was a lot better.
No, I would say if only getting first and second degree burns, that Randy's was probably less.
Yeah. How's Marvin Blaney doing?
Marvin Blaney's probably not doing so good.
More like Marvin Flamey, am I right?
Oh, Jesus. Macho finally put him up for me. Thank you, Macho. I've been needing him for a while. A man that's been involved in a serious fire, whose name Marvin Blaney is now called Marvin Flamey by the great baby face.
incorporated into the rules of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform at Rule 15.
Brian, when you're doing a depo and a guy's over there just lying his ass off, are you just licking your chops? I mean, like, for real. Like,
Yeah,
he's
you
just over
perk
there
up.
like he's just lying.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often, I will tell you that, but it is fun when it does.
Do you ever remind a guy or a girl, sir, you're under oath?
No.
Because once they're under oath, you should have to remind them.
You don't have to remind them.
And in fact, that might be giving them the heads up to stop lying so much,
Right.
right?
It's like, well, hey, I know you're lying.
Like, sir, you're doing so great, man.
Yeah,
Appreciate
great
you
job.
working with
Thanks,
me here.
thanks.
Answer the questions. Perfect. Thanks.
Which was also furnished to your counsel. The questioning will proceed in rounds. The majority will ask questions for an hour, and then the minority will have an opportunity to ask questions for an hour if they choose. There will be one staff counsel per side.
So does that mean white people ask questions for an hour and black people ask, they're saying the minority?
What do you think that means, Bubba?
I think that means Republican and Democrat.
Yeah, the majority party in the House right now is the Republicans.
See,
but it was funny.
I was
hit that button.
Yeah, for my this. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, this is for myself. I just zoinked myself, ladies and gentlemen.
I like it.
Thank you.
Questions during each round. To the extent members have questions for the witness, they will be propounded during their side's respective rounds. Do you understand?
I would be like, let's get this thing going, cuz. Come on, buddy. I just got my hair dead. Look how good his hair looks.
Advice of counsel, I must respectfully decline to answer based on the physician-patient privilege and reliance on my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
So he did assert
I'm not
both.
a lawyer, and I must follow my lawyer's advice in this matter.
So now, Brian.
So, gentlemen, we
hold on.
intend to assert both privileges with regard to any questions
And
that would be
won't let me
asked
pause,
at,
let me.
at this deposition.
Maybe that's better.
And Dr. O'Connor will
Discover your new Subaru.
Oh, no.
What in the hell
Right
is
now
happening
at
to me?
Subaru of
It's
North
our new
Tampa.
sponsor,
Come lease the
Subaru.
2025.
not answer any questions.
Can we go off the record for 1 second?
I mean, you would, Brian, have a client, because doctors have privilege, don't they?
Right, and I thought this was about reports that were publicly released, but he does claim both privileges. So
I mean,
he's not relying solely upon the Fifth Amendment.
Right.
He's just saying he's going to rely on both privileges to assert his right not to answer any question.
So he should be double insulated.
It's a good strategy.
Right.
It's a good strategy.
I have, isn't it your clergyman, your religious leader, your spouse, your attorney, and your doctor.
Yeah, mental therapist.
You have and mental, but you have privilege.
And your barber,
including your wife. Like like if Seth killed me and Phoebe saw it, they don't have to, and they don't have to. Phoebe does not have to testify.
She cannot be compelled to testify against her spouse.
Right. She might help him.
Oh, she'd be doing the heavy lifting.
She'd be like, Seth, we got to chop this fat ass up in two.
You have any more of those Bubba Army knives lying around, Seth?
Yeah. We got to cut Bubba in half. He's too heavy for either one of us to
All
carry.
right, guys. I mean, I'd rather just dump you in the ocean or set you on fire. I'm not doing a chop over here.
Okay, I'm sorry,
All
buddy.
right,
I'm just
thank
thinking about how you.
Seth would be vomiting the entire
I'm just
time.
thinking about how you thinking about how Phoebe would kill me.
I'm not
I'm
cutting
sorry.
little snacks off of you.
So a snack pack.
Bubba, how would you get rid of a body?
I'm not going to tell you.
No,
I'm not going to tell you because I don't want everybody to know how
We're saving that bit for when Gene comes in
it's
tomorrow.
Still, it's still in play.
It's still in play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to tell on myself.
Well, I mean, you're thinking you may have to use it one day.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you've thought this through.
Very much so.
They're going to use this audio against you either way now.
Yeah, and I'll be like, I never said anything, did I?
Under the goats.
Theater of the mind, please.
Yeah, please. I got all kinds of good places to bury people.
Oh, so you'd bury them. Okay, thank you for answering.
No problem.
Counsel.
Maybe I wouldn't. I'm just throwing you off.
Oh, you slide like a fox.
The best way to get rid of somebody is send them to a pig farm because pigs even eat the bones.
Okay.
When your counsel is speaking and when members are
one of the number one serial killers in the world ever was a guy in Canada. I forget how many people he killed, like 50, 60, or 80 or something like that.
Yeah, but that only converts like 40 Americans.
Yeah, Lumby, you can look into it. He was a serial killer and he had a pig farm and he would literally put the remains of all the people he killed in the pig. And this was like not a pig farm of like this was like a legitimate pig farm where they raised pork, a big, like where they had hundreds of pigs, and he would throw the bodies into the pig feeder,
It believes he murdered at least 26 women.
Yeah, and does it say pig farm?
Yeah.
Read it for me.
He killed 26 different women on his farm in Port Coquitlam, Canada, where he is a Canadian pig farmer.
And did it say he would feed? Does it say he fed the remains to the pigs?
He said he would chop up the remains of his victims and leave them in the feed for the pigs.
Yes.
Many of them prostitutes, so the women he killed.
So the pigs eat you.
That doesn't make it okay, Lummy.
We're not condoning it. We're
I
just
like
saying.
Lummy threw that little line in there like they don't matter because they're prostitutes. Just because
No.
Lummy's turning 41 today.
Lummy, happy birthday.
No, thank you. I was just reading the article.
But just for those scoring at home, man, if you got a couple, if you got 10, 15 pigs, and you don't like your brother-in-law, those pigs.
Oh, watch out, Tarek. You've been warned.
No, I love him. I love that guy.
Sides rounds of questions. We will alternate back and forth until there are no more questions.
I mean, listen, I can save all of you. We could save 6 hours here by knowing that, other than my name and my title, I am not saying every answer is I plead the fifth under doctor-patient confidentiality, presidential confidentiality, and my Fifth Amendment.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You have to establish what those questions are and have him establish what he's pleading the fifth to.
I plead the fifth to everything. I don't even know my wife's name.
Well, no. So there's certain things you can't plead the fifth to.
Like what?
In a hearing like that, well, his name and address, that's not incriminating in any way. That's not privileged in any way.
All right, well.
His background and credentials. Things like that you still have to answer.
Do you understand?
On the advice of counsel, I must respectfully decline to answer in reliance on my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. I'm not a lawyer. I must follow my lawyer's advice in this matter.
There's a court reporter taking down everything I say and everything you say to make a written record of the deposition. For the record to be clear, please wait until the staffer questioning you finishes each question before you begin your
guy's being a dick.
Answer.
Lighten up there, buddy.
And the staffer will wait until you finish your response.
Lighten up. Your guy's in there. He's fine. My guy is retired, dumber than a box of rocks. Gonna probably not make it much longer. What are we doing here?
I mean,
what are we doing here?
Well,
what are you guys going to do to me?
I
Put
think,
me in jail?
I think it's a bad look to be lying about the mental capacity of the president of the United States if he's unfit for office. I don't agree with that. This isn't a partisan issue. This is a
this is more of a your job responsible issue.
But would he be the only one behind it?
No, it had to have been an office-wide cover-up.
Oh,
I mean, this is he had cancer too, and they never disclosed it. So it's kind of messed up.
Further, to ensure the court reporter can properly record this deposition, please speak clearly, concisely, and slowly. Also, the court reporter cannot record nonverbal answers, such as nodding or shaking your head. So it is important.
I know I've been through all these drills 15 times.
That you answer each question with an audible, verbal answer. Do you understand?
On the advice of counsel, I must
he even puts the fifth in there about understanding the rules.
That's not appropriate.
That is, yeah.
That's not appropriate.
I'm done with this
You don't
guy.
need to plead the fifth to understanding the deposition rules. That's stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm done with that guy.
Yeah.
Let's get in. When we return, we'll get into the Secret Service deal. 6 Secret Service agents suspended over conduct during an attempted Trump assassination. Are they saying that maybe these guys went too far? And I don't think that you can go too far if you're quelling a assassination attempt on our president, unless they maybe had
Was it a lack of conduct that they're suspended
I don't know.
over?
It says the July 2024 incident left Trump's ear. Oh, so this is about Butler. This is about Butler.
Yes.
And so 6 Secret Service agents really messed up. You know what I'm saying? Like as they look into the Butler situation, it's looking like they're saying 6 agents had their thumbs up their ass, and they're lucky our president didn't get killed. And we're going to bring you all. We're going to put at this point, Brian, could they just fire them with cause and that's it, or could they actually, like a derelict of duty, and since you're in the position of protecting the president, that could be criminal?
That wouldn't be criminal unless they were involved in some conspiracy to allow it to happen.
Like they got with the guy and let him in. They said, listen, go to that gate over there. And
that's aiding and abetting. Yeah, that's being part of a conspiracy.
I don't think that's the case here. I think this guy's just had their thumbs up their ass.
And I don't think Trump got hit by the bullet. I think he cut his ear on one of the belts, but whatever.
You think he gigged his ear?
I don't think.
You think he did hardway juice?
No, I don't think he did. I don't think he did it on purpose. I think when he went down, he clipped his ear going down on one of the Secret Service people's belts or whatever it is.
For real?
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't look like a chunk of ear that got taken out by a bullet.
I've never heard of anybody have that conspiracy. I've never heard of that.
That's mine.
Seth, have you ever heard of that?
I mean, as soon as he went for his ear, like as soon as
he went for his ear, touching it, and that's before they tackled him.
As soon as a shot rang out, he was like he had a wasp, biting his ear.
Yeah, he grabbed it, and they said that you could see blood.
Yeah,
let's slow it down frame by frame.
Okay.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Absolutely fucking zero.
I sent him a message.
And the shit that they did have on sucked. There, I said it.
I'll let you say that one. But I did send him a message.
Oh, man.
Yahoo Sports is showing your Instagram profile on the Couture interview, Bubba.
What's that, buddy?
Yahoo Sports is showing your Instagram profile on the Couture interview in an article of theirs.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Well, everyone is.
Well, Yahoo, though, as well.
Yeah. Yahoo, Fox News, CBS.
The Instagram?
Yeah.
That's going to blow our Instagram up, isn't it?
It should, theoretically.
Wish they were showing something else, like our Facebook.
Fox News showed our Facebook.
They did.
Yeah.
Yahoo chose Instagram. Do you want me to get with CBS and see if they can pimp the Twitter?
Yeah, you can make that call. Maybe the
Redstone. Cite one of my articles.
What's the Redstone girl? The daughter that runs the deal. It used to be Summer, the guy.
Sumner Redstone.
He was the main dude, but he kicked it, and now one of his daughters is running the whole deal. In fact, she's the one that okayed. I think they own HBO too, don't they?
Sherry Redstone.
And did you see where HBO Max is now just going to go to HBO or something? Like that Max deal's not working out for them.
Yeah, I've also seen they've tried to. They have like some cross pollination thing with Disney Plus. They're trying a lot of different stuff.
The cross pollination thing.
No, I think they have a deal where you can, like, for a discount, get both Disney Plus and Max.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think I've been subscribed to
I
all.
get Paramount. Like, there's somebody. Yeah, I get Disney too now. I feel like they're just throwing so much crap.
Well, I get Paramount Plus for free with my American Express, and then I pay $5 more for ad-free and Showtime a month on Paramount.
Well, will you reach out to Randy's people and let them know we're thinking about them?
Yes, I will do.
And just,
Why don't you send an edible arrangement?
Send the break of us talking about his crash that wasn't his crash.
No. Please don't. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Bubba, you had me fooled. I didn't fucking know what's going on, man.
I know, but
you could have told me Bigfoot was up in that bitch.
Listen,
Bigfoot was in it.
Seth, we should send one to the.
And that's why the guy didn't get out, because Bigfoot could survive some shit like that.
Well, Marvin Blaney, man, he took a lick.
Marvin Blaney needs a little better reaction time and some better.
What's the health report on Marvin Flamey?
They're waiting for you to report it, Bubba. They said that you're the go-to.
So Eric Bischoff says Blaney's fine. There was never a fire. Don't believe the fake news.
He didn't get as much coverage. Blaney, his family came out and just said that he suffered severe burns.
He was hospitalized. He was in an 83 Corvette.
63.
Oh, sorry, 63 Corvette during qualifying. Severe burns to his arms and hands.
Man, have the same day as, and then the news pick up.
What's up, Josh? All right, I got 50 seconds for the shout-outs.
Did we hit a G-ball?
Thank you, James W.
We're right there.
Yeah, we're at 1,000. We hit okay.
Hulk up, babyface army. You can watch the Blizzard.
No, we're at 1,000.
Yeah, we're at 1,000. We hit 1,000 like 20 minutes ago.
What's up, Thomas?
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Let's hit 1,100 before the end of the show.
Let me have the Tates in America, or are they out?
Well, they're still out of the States.
What's up, Chip?
The Tates are out of the States.
Because they took a picture with Roger.
Traveling with the Gates.
Take it easy, Boondocks.
That was when they were in the States before they left.
What up, Hoss?
They haven't been back since that picture.
What up, Jay Bowler?
Do they still do a podcast?
What's up, police?
Yeah, from over wherever the hell they are.
Could I zoom into their podcast?
I can ask. Before they said they don't do anything.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We hit over 1,000. Thank you. It's the babyface factor. Woo! Lummy, is there an after show today? You and Colton or
no? Today's Thursday. Normally the Blizzard, but that's already done.
No, yeah, the Blizzard's in the can. So
Yes.
There you go. You have nothing. No big deal.
I mean, why?
Give you opportunity to pick up. Maybe you probably couldn't have listened to both yesterday, so get them both and listen to one. Especially at Operation Pigmentation, there's a huge high spot building up around that.
Bubba will do an after show with me today.
No, I'm not gonna.
Why not?
Because I got things to do.
Oh,
I gotta poop. 6 Secret Service agents suspended over conduct attempted during the attempted Trump assassination. 6 agents were suspended by the U.S. Secret Service for failures connected to last year's attempted assassination on then presidential candidate Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. The personnel. Oh, is this woman? Does she tell the story, Lummy? Because I'd much rather her say it.
Former President Trump. ABC News just learned at least 5 Secret Service officials involved in the security
She's awful pretty steamy, Lummy.
investigation into the assassination.
Take that back. She looks like...
You zoomed in on her?
Yeah, no, take it back. She's not hot. She's like Maria Shriver and Janice Dickinson.
Attempt on former President Trump. ABC News just learned at least 5 Secret Service officials involved in the security planning of that rally.
And a very, first that I've heard conspiracy by Brian, the babyface Matroni, saying that Trump, when he went down, had dusty roads like Blade, and Lummy did hardway juice on his ear.
Now, I do want to ask my blue brother, what about the firefighter that perished that day, Brian?
Oh, no, people got shot.
Okay, just not Trump?
Yes, not Trump.
Okay.
Pennsylvania have been placed on leave. ABC News senior reporter Catherine Falders joins me now for more on that. Catherine, what do we know at this point about what led up to this action being taken?
Yeah, so we know that at least 5 Secret Service agents have been placed on administrative leave. This is as the Secret Service and the Office of Professional Responsibility inside the Secret Service continues to investigate the probe and what happened leading up to and on the day of the attempted assassination attempt of former President Trump last month in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Wait,
but what we're learning is that
news.
it's obviously broader than the Butler incident.
Hold on, now she's getting to the meat of it.
But she's saying last month. This is from August of 2024.
Into
this story, because they just said Democratic National Convention. That's not going on anymore.
Well, I only play what they send me.
I think there may be an update to it, but video is old.
I don't know who sent me the video.
Well, it's just ABC News. The article is from July 9th, 2025 at 8 o'clock.
Right, but the news that's with it, that's from the Democratic Convention, which was in August of 2024. If you've watched that all the way through, Randy Couture is at the end of that video.
Did you see the former Trailblazer? Was he ever a star?
Clyde Drexler?
No, Ben
McLemore.
No, Ben McLemore.
Macklemore.
Is that Macklemore?
Macklemore?
Guilty of the charge. Former Portland Trailblazer Ben McLemore showed little emotion.
Was Ben McLemore a thing?
Yeah, he was first round pick. I'm sorry, 7th pick overall.
First round pick. How long in the league? I mean, did he get like a super max deal ever? Was he a 10-point-a-night guy? Was he a guard, center, power forward?
He fizzled out after 2 seasons in the league. He got traded after 1 year from Houston to L.A. and then ended up playing 2024 in Portland. He did average 10.2, 1.6. I mean, that's you're averaging 10 points a game in the NBA. You're pretty good.
He started his career in Sacramento for 4 or 5 years.
Oh, okay.
So how long was he in the league for? Like 10 years?
About 10 years.
That's
a good run.
I mean, that's probably some decent money.
Oh yeah.
If you're a 10-point-a-night guy, I mean, that's you're a $20 million guy, aren't you?
Yeah.
The salaries in the NBA are so inflated. I mean, I don't know who's more inflated, them or the major league. It's between them or baseball.
Yeah,
poor hockey and football.
Seth and I were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah, Brian is feeling sorry for football players.
I really
Seth does not feel bad for them at all.
I really do. First of all, none of their money's guaranteed. Well, I mean, now in the new age with the Patrick Mahomes and the Deshaun, now the NFL, they are in the guaranteeing business if you're upper 2-5, whatever. But the average dude that gets drafted, second round on back is not your money's not guaranteed until your potential second deal. But when they got you on your rookie deal, I think they got you locked up, Brian, for 4 years with a 5th-year option on your rookie deal.
If you're a first-round pick.
What if you're a second-round pick?
No 5th-year option.
Okay, so they got you locked up for 4. And then after 4 years, do you become a restricted or an unrestricted free agent? I think you become a restricted free agent.
If they don't pick up your option, I believe you're
with a 4. If you're a second rounder or lower.
I think they have. I think they get to offer the first time around.
I think you're called what if you're a second rounder on back, you get a 4-year deal, and none of it's guaranteed.
No, it can be. You can have some guaranteed.
You can have some, but for the most part, not a lot of it. Then your second deal. So let's say you go out and just kill it as a rookie and for 3 years thereafter. Well, now you're a restricted free agent, meaning you can go into the marketplace and see what people will pay you, but the team that drafted you has the right to match. I think that's the way it goes. And if the team doesn't match, then you can go on and go get your money.
Former Portland Trailblazer Ben McLemore.
Meanwhile, in baseball and NBA, and I think hockey's guaranteed.
Yeah.
You get your money. Like if you sign a $10 million deal and you get hit by a bus tomorrow,
yeah, you're completely covered.
You get your money. Meanwhile, you're a football player.
I gotta feel sorry for a guy that has a $4 million contract, but it's not guaranteed. That's a hard way. That's a long way to go for me to feel sorry for that person.
Showed little emotion after a Clackamas County jury found him guilty of rape.
Rape.
Following a 2.5-week trial, the jury convicted him on 3 counts: first-degree rape, first-degree sexual penetration, and second-degree sexual abuse.
Well, nice knowing you, buddy, because you're doing a good hard 30.
Prosecutor Scott Healy.
You just don't do something like this to somebody and get away with it. I don't care who you are.
Prosecutors say McLemore raped a 21-year-old woman at a party in October of 2021. The assault happened at the Lake Oswego home of McLemore's then teammate, Robert Covington. During trial, the woman testified she was incapacitated after a night of heavy drinking and unable to consent. McLemore admitted he'd been drinking as well, but testified the sex was consensual.
She didn't show no signs of distress or discomfort, and then
Here's the thing about all these cases from people coming up from it happened, 4 or 5, however many years ago, and I was drugged. And
this was real time. This was not some old case that this happened in October 2021. He was released from the team. He was arrested, and this just finally went to trial.
Now, did she go get a rape kit?
I don't have all those details.
That's where it starts and stops with me. If you've been raped, then you need to immediately go to the hospital and document that you've been raped, get a rape kit. I think that just absolutely solidifies your claim, and there's no wiggle room for anybody when you do that. But when you testify years later, obviously your testimony works in this particular situation. But if you testify, and then there is no rape kit, she admits to being... It's his word against her word, and I guess it's who the jury believes, right? Because if he's saying consensual and she's saying no, she doesn't have a rape kit to prove that indeed he penetrated her. It's just all, right? Maybe there are medical reports that we weren't privy of.
Give me no signs at all.
The prosecutor described the victim as brave for coming forward, reporting the crime, and then following the long road to justice.
Crime victims don't often report these cases, even when celebrities not involved. So she was very brave to do that. She followed through. She stuck with this. And, I think she's...
maybe they'll give us Lemmy what he's facing.
Yeah. In a much better place now, and she can start the emotional healing process because she is very emotionally traumatized by what happened to her.
Following the verdict, sheriff deputies took...
Oh, they bring out the handcuffs. That's the worst.
Macklemore into custody. The former trail...
But hey, no matter what nationality you are, this is a universal sound that every human being knows. Right here.
Into custody.
Right there. Everybody knows what that is. Right? That or the chambering of a shotgun. Everybody knows if you're a Mexican or Guatemalan or Honduran and you say no habla inglés, but you know what the click of handcuffs sound like, and you know what the racking of a shell on a shotgun sounds like. That's a universal language.
Former trailblazer, who once wore number 23 on the court, now has a new number. Ben McLemore's inmate 273-47953.
I'll try to be
That's going to be big on the jersey.
In the Clackamas County Jail.
A little cumbersome. I will tell you this, Brian. I bet you during rec time, he's first guy picked.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's the first guy picked when we're doing a pickup game.
I'm giving it all my ramen.
Yeah.
Back in court for formal sentencing on Wednesday.
There you go.
He said 8 years.
Is that what they're facing?
Yeah.
Okay. 8 years is a long time. I'm going to be dead in 8 years.
And it looks like she did get a rape
Is that
kit.
what your doctor told you yesterday?
My doctor looked at my levels. My levels were so bad.
Oh.
No, they were. My levels were so... That's one thing I'm a little freaked out about. My levels were so bad yesterday that usually she lets me go 6 months, and I come back in my levels. She says, I want you back at my office in 91 days, having done a full... And now they're doing more extensive blood. My next lab that I got to do, that she's going to read, is like double the intensity of what this one was.
What are they concerned about?
There's just some stuff that came up that she's like, oh my God, what are you doing?
And we're like, everything.
I'm like...
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up Bean.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember...
I'll repeat hello.